Good afternoon. We're on the record. I'm waiting for board member Short who has some technical difficulties. So as soon as he's able to join us, we will start. Good afternoon. We're on the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2571H of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. This day's calendar actually had 4 cases scheduled. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you'll remain mute and your camera will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. So in going through my calendar, there was a case that was case number 24 ULC 00030. I'm sorry, 24 ULC 00030 Legacy DC. And that matter was scheduled for 10 a.m. this morning. This is a request for hearing on board order number 2024-663. This hearing is continued to a date to be determined. The next case on our calendar was case number 24 ULC 00035, District Tobacco. This is an unlicensed cannabis retailer. This is a request for hearing on board order number 2024-692. That hearing was scheduled for 10:30, and that hearing is being continued to a date to be determined. The next case that was on our calendar, a summary suspension hearing for case number 24 ULC 00033, Dreams Smoke Shop, unlicensed cannabis retailer, and that hearing is continued to November 6th at 1:30 p.m. Now, in the next case, the last case on our calendar for today is case number 24 PRO 00084, Indigo Chapter 2, license number 128522. This is application for a new license. Good morning, Mr. Orietta. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good afternoon. Eric Woods, your access has been elevated. Evelyn Brown, your access has been elevated. Jan Smith, your access has been elevated. Kevin Rapp, your access has been elevated. Investigator Kevin Hall, your access has been elevated. Kirby Vining, access has been elevated. Michael Mendelson, access has been elevated. Pam Mendelson, access has been elevated. Richard Smith has been elevated. Stephen O'Brien, access has been elevated. And Sylvia Before, access has been elevated. That appears to be all term.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I see Investigator Smith that you're on the line. You testified last week, Investigator Smith, and so it's not required for you to be here today because you're not testifying. So you, if I remember, yeah, you did testify last week, and you were cross-examined, so we had moved on. So there's no requirement for you to be here today unless you want to be here just to listen in. Okay.
Okay, thank you. You all have a good one.
All right. Thank you. All right. So I will have the parties again identify themselves for the record. Let me start with the licensee. Mr. O'Brien? If you're speaking, Mr. O'Brien, I cannot hear you. I can see you, Mr. O'Brien, but if you're speaking, I cannot hear anything from your end. Do you want to log off, Mr. O'Brien, and log back on, because I'm not hearing anything from your end?
I'm sending them some tips, but they may want to log off and log back on.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right, it's Stephen O'Brien for the applicant, STEPHEN, O''BRIEN. I'm accompanied by my colleague, Manel Mahmoud, MANALLE, last name MAHMOUD, and the principal of the licensee, Dinesh Tandon, DINESH, last name TANDON.
Thank you. All right. Who's the representative of the protestant? Who's the representative? I know that Miss Mendelson, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Hi, this is Pam Mendelson. PAMMENDELSON.
Who's here with you today?
Members of the group of 5 from both Bloomingdale and Stronghold.
All right. So Mr. Vining, can you identify, spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Kirby Vining, KIRBY VINING, the Stronghold Group of 5.
Thank you. Mr. Woods?
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I see.
Eric Woods, ERICWOODS,
And who are you, sir? You're with?
with the Bloomingdale Civic Association, second vice president.
Thank you. Ms. Balford.
Yes. Sylvia Bafour, spelled SYLVIA BAFFOUR.
And who are you, ma'am? Who are you with?
I'm with the Stronghold
All right.
Association.
I see there's a Jan Smith. Anyone else that needs to identify themselves at the moment? Well, I guess we'll wait. All right. Yes, Ms. Mendelson.
I just wanted to clarify for the record that Sylvia Bafour is one of the group of 5 that I'm leading, and there's another member, Evelyn Brown, whose hand is up to be introduced.
Well, okay. Well, I asked everybody to be in I asked everyone to be on camera. I called some names who were not on camera. Nobody responded, so I moved on. Okay, so go ahead, Ms. Brown. Please identify yourself for the record.
Evelyn Brown, EVELYN, last name BROWN. I'm with the group of 5.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Rapp. Mr. Rapp, can you please?
Yes, sorry, I was on the message board there for a second. Kevin Rapp, KEVINRRAPP, P like Peter. I'm here with ANC 5E.
Thank you, sir. And I see, let me see, Mr. Smith, I guess Richard Smith.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm with a group of 5. RICHARD SMITH. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there a Jan Smith who needs to be identified?
Sorry, I'm Janice Smith. I'm with a group of 5, JANSMITH.
And if Mr. Mendelson wants to be identify themselves for the record, or he wants to stay in the background?
Sure, I'll identify. Michael Mendelson, MICHAEL MENDELSON.
Thank you, sir. All right, so let's start with Miss. Yes, Miss Mendelson.
There's one more member of the group who's having trouble signing on. Would you like her name, or shall we wait till she can say it herself?
Who's the person? I mean, they can. Who's the person?
Her name is Maya Cavalier.
So Mr. Hold on, Mr. Mr. Oriana, can you please put in the chat the login information, so this individual who's having some concerns, maybe that will be of assistance to help them log in. So while we wait, while that person tries to log in, if by the time you call them as a witness, if they have any issues, then we can address that again. All right, so let's start to see Mr. O'Brien and the preliminary matters that you need to bring before we start, sir. Mr. O'Brien, any preliminary matters? You need to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. No, sir.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Mendelson, any preliminary matters? I know that you're gonna, all right, I think, all right. We can address this when you're ready when you're ready to present your case. However, I know that the applicant has one witness. So are you the person, Ms. Mendelson, who's going to cross-examine that witness?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Then we'll do that. So you cross-examine that witness, and then once the protestants have decided to, all right. If you're not speaking, I need you to be on mute because I'm getting some feedback. All right, so once it's time for the protestants to bring their case, then we'll just get some clarification how they're gonna the representation of that. So based on where we were the last time, the board presented this case. Mr. O'Brien called all his witnesses except for the licensee, the applicant. So that's the only witness that Mr. O'Brien has today. So Mr. O'Brien, can you call your first witness and your last witness, sir? And I hope that we're going to finish this hearing this evening, and I do not plan to be here past 5 o'clock. So we're going to make sure that we finish this hearing by 5 o'clock today. All right. So let's start. All right, Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm calling Dinesh Tandon, Dinesh Tandon, who is seated next to me on your screen.
Mr. Tandon, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the nothing? I'm sorry. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, your witness, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Tandon, when did you purchase the building at 2324 North Capitol Street, Northwest?
I bought it somewhere May or June of 2021.
All right. Do we need to ask to elevate exhibits? Hotel. Okay. Mr. Tandon,
hold on, Mr. O'Brien. I'm having some issues when I speak and you speak. So I've been muting my line, and then because I'm not used to muting my line, because I'm getting a feedback when your line is open. So I'm muting myself. So if you see my mouth is moving and nothing is happening, someone please tell me, remind me, okay?
Well, what I'll try to do, Mr. Chair, is not to say anything objectionable.
That's fine. All right, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Tandon, on the screen is applicant's exhibit number 1. Can you tell me what that is?
That is the building that I bought, 2324 North Capitol Street, Northwest.
Is that the North Capitol Street frontage or the Bryant Street frontage?
This is showing the Bryant Street side.
When did you acquire that building?
It was about May or June of 2021.
And how much did you pay for it?
I paid $1,050,000 for it.
$1,050,000.
$1,050,000.
What do you believe its value is today, as is in present condition?
I believe it should be somewhere around 1.5.
And how do you account for the appreciation between your purchase in 2021 and your valuation today?
Well, I've done a lot of work on the building, and plus the property appreciation from 2021 till date accounts for that.
Okay. What purpose did you, what was the purpose in your purchase of the building?
When I bought the building, the plan was to open a restaurant.
Okay, did you pursue opening a restaurant immediately?
No, sir. Immediately when I bought it, it was a convenience store, a market, and the plan to open a restaurant was somewhere down the road, like a few years from when I acquired the building.
Okay. In what condition was the convenience store operation when you purchased the building?
It was quite in distress. It was falling down. It was not in a good shape.
Did the convenience store pay you rent when you purchased the building, after you purchased the building?
No, sir. I let the owners operate it for a year till somewhere around the middle of 2022, and I did not charge any rent from them.
Okay, do you know if they would have been willing to pay rent in that time period?
Well, it was an older couple. They had been there for 20, 25 some years, and they were planning to retire, and they wanted to make a last run with whatever inventory they had. So
what was the,
I gave them some time to wind up things.
What was the name of the convenience store?
It was named under Sunbeam Market.
Did you, after the owners of Sunbeam Market vacated, did you consider continuing the operation as a convenience store?
Yes, for some time I did, but not exactly as a convenience store. I wanted to add a couple things to it.
What couple things?
I tried to add a spirit section to it and a coffee section to the whole place.
Okay, and why by spirits you mean hard liquor?
Hard liquor, yes, sir.
Okay, and was that successful, your efforts to add hard liquor?
No, it was my attempt to save a dying business, and but the neighborhood was not on the same page with that. There was a lot of opposition, so I didn't pursue with that.
Did you ever file an application?
I did file an application.
And what happened to the application?
It was a lot of opposition. The neighbors were not excited, not happy about me having spirits in the store, so it didn't go well. So I just dropped the whole idea.
Okay. What is your experience in the restaurant business?
I've operated a successful restaurant for the last 11 plus years now.
And what restaurant is that?
It is under the name Indigo. It is on 3rd and K Street Northeast, 243 K Street Northeast in Noma.
All right. And what percentage at the present Indigo restaurant, what is your food to alcohol sales percentage?
We are mostly a food oriented place, so I would say about 80 to 20. 80% being the food sales and 20 being the alcohol sales.
Okay. We're going to put up on the screen now exhibits 5 through 7. Okay, this is exhibit 5. Can you tell me what that is, Mr. Tandon?
This is a write-up from a Michelin guide. We've been
I'm sorry, what guide?
Michelin guide. Michelin is a food rating guide that is published around the world. We've been featured in that for the last 7 years, and this is one of the write-ups from that.
Okay, and is that write-up favorable or unfavorable?
Oh, this is definitely in favor of, yes. It's depicting the good side of it. Yeah.
All right, what is exhibit number 6?
This is another another magazine, food-oriented magazine that runs around DC, talks about different food establishments. And this is a write-up from that, which is in favor of our restaurant.
The present Indigo.
Yes, sir.
All right, what is exhibit number 7?
This is an article that was written up by a food critic in Washington Post, Mr. Tim Carman. He gave us a write-up when we opened Indigo at our current location.
Okay, at your current Indigo location at 3rd and K Northeast, how do patrons typically arrive in your observation?
Most of them walk to the restaurant, and some do ride sharing, Uber, and very few of them would drive up to the restaurant and then look for parking around.
Okay. How would you compare your present operation at Indigo at Noma to your intended Indigo Chapter 2 operation on North Capitol Street?
At Noma, we are a very casual run place, and my intention is to somewhat elevate the whole experience, dining experience in the Bloomingdale location.
You testified that you acquired the property in 2021 for $1,050,000. How much more will you, or have you already spent total to turn this property into a restaurant?
So to turn the property into a restaurant, there's a residential unit also on the second floor, which needs to be completed with the rest of the building. So in all, I estimate about $1 million plus to be invested more to complete the restaurant and the residential unit upstairs.
Okay. Once you complete those renovations, will the value of the building be greater than or lesser than the value today?
It should be definitely be greater than the current valuation now.
Okay. What will be the occupancy interior of Indigo Chapter 2, this new restaurant?
He asked for 62 seats.
And okay, does that include bar seats?
Well, we won't have more than 10 seats at the bar, and that too, I envision like most of the single patrons mostly like to sit at the bar and eat because they don't want to occupy a table by themselves. So this is from my prior experience running a restaurant at our current location.
Okay. You have a sidewalk cafe, do you not?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. That's exhibit number 2 on the screen now. How many seats does that authorize?
We have 33 seats approved on the sidewalk cafe.
Okay. When you filed this application, the application we're discussing today, did you anticipate the amount of opposition you've encountered?
I did know that there would be some concerns that neighbors would have, but this opposition, I did not estimate this opposition. This was a total surprise to me. The huge opposition was a total surprise to me.
All right. Why did you put down things like maximum hours and entertainment endorsement in the application?
I wanted to give myself the flexibility of, fully operational business, the maximum flexibility to myself.
Okay. Have you reconsidered those positions in light of the opposition that has arisen?
I have listened to the opposition, and I have reconsidered taking a few of the withdrawing a few of the changing a few things on the application.
Okay, now I want to caution you, Mr. Tandon, that you cannot discuss settlement negotiations.
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. What commitments are you prepared to make today in response to the concerns that you have heard from the community, starting with hours of operation interior?
So interior, I have decided to change the interior hours from 7 a.m. till 12 a.m. every day.
Now, when you say 12 a.m., what does that mean to you? What happens at 12 a.m.?
By 12 a.m. means the timeline means that all patrons would leave the building. So that practically means that we might have to stop taking orders. The last order call would be somewhere around 10:30.
Okay. And are you prepared to commit today to reducing the hours to 7 a.m. to midnight, 7 days?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. With respect to the summer garden, what hours are you prepared to commit to today?
Again, after listening to the community, the sidewalk cafe hours, I am willing to do, I've decided to do 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday to Thursday, Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Mr. Chair, a note that I misspoke. I said summer garden. We're talking about a sidewalk cafe. All right, now, let's say it's Thursday night at 10 p.m. and there's still people lingering on the sidewalk cafe. What would you do?
We'll move them inside since the inside hours are a little more than the side. So we'll move the veterans inside.
What lighting will you employ on the on the sidewalk cafe?
We'll keep the dim lights, and all the lights will be projected more towards the inside, towards the patio, and towards the building.
Okay. Will you put any speakers on the sidewalk cafe?
No, we don't intend to put any speakers outside.
When you say you don't intend,
we will not.
Okay. Will you put any speakers inside that are oriented toward the sidewalk cafe?
No, we won't have any speakers oriented towards the outside.
Okay. Your application includes a request for an entertainment endorsement.
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. What do you intend to do or not do in that respect?
Again, listening to the community, I am withdrawing that endorsement as of now.
Okay, so you're dropping your request for an entertainment endorsement.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you agree that parking is a challenge in this neighborhood?
Parking in general is a challenge all around DC. But here I do see a lot of parking spots always open on the North Capitol streets. But in general, I do believe that parking can be an issue, in this neighborhood and everywhere else in DC as well.
Okay, what will you do to discourage people from driving and having to park at Indigo Chapter 2?
We can do things like we can put this on our website, encouraging people to take public transportation, because there are two bus stops right opposite to North Capitol Street, on both sides of North Capitol Street, right outside our proposed location. So we can encourage people to take the public transportation or ride sharing or Uber, stuff like that.
Okay, will you note on your app, on your website, that parking is limited?
Yes, sir, we will.
Do you believe that opening of this restaurant will exacerbate traffic conditions in the neighborhood or vehicular and pedestrian safety?
I don't believe there will be any issue.
All right, I'm showing you what's exhibit number 3. Can you tell me what that exhibit is?
This is based on our BCA application that we submitted and a study done by the Department of Transportation and a memorandum given by them.
All right. Can you read the highlighted language under recommendation?
Yes. Yes, sir. It says the District Department of Transportation has reviewed the application materials and has determined that the proposed action will not have any adverse impacts on district transportation network.
All right. What will you do about trash?
We will have trash picked up at least 6 days a week, or we can try 7 days, but 6 days at least a week.
And where will the trash be stored?
It'll be stored behind the building on the backside, but it'll be all enclosed out of sight with a kind of a stockade fencing.
Okay. What will you do about rodent control?
We will have pest control services at least twice a month or more as need be.
How about cleaning of the sidewalks on Bryan Street and North Capitol Street?
We will hose off the sidewalks every day, but given the temperature, we can't hose anything below freezing when the temperatures are below freezing. But otherwise, we'll keep it clean, hose it out, wash the sidewalks every day.
Okay. You've stated that you were surprised at the extent of the opposition you've encountered.
Yes, sir.
Has that opposition been unanimous?
I don't believe so because we have a lot of in favor residents as well in the neighborhood who are excited for us to open there.
Okay, I'm showing you on the screen now what's been marked as applicant's exhibit number 4. Can you tell me how many pages that exhibit is?
I believe it's about 18 or 19 pages.
Okay, and what does it consist of? What's on those pages?
These are some of the support letters that the residents and the neighbors have sent us and the commissioners of their zones in support of the voicing their support for the proposed restaurant.
Okay, now last week 5 individuals testified in support of your application. Are those 5 represented in exhibit number 4?
Yes, sir. They are a part of the exhibit.
All right. Had you lined up or arranged for more than 5 to testify at this hearing?
Absolutely. Almost everybody was willing to testify, but like you suggested that only 5 are allowed. So just 5 were there,
Okay. If the board grants your application, will you ignore those who oppose you today?
No, sir, I will not. Being a property owner myself, I feel I consider myself as a part of the community. And moreover, we are all in this together.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mendelson, do you have any questions you wish to? What I'll ask Mr. O'Brien, can you mute your line, please? And you need to remember, Mr. O'Brien, if you're going to raise an objection, that you need to come off mute, because since you're so far away, I can't see you. So you have to remember to come off mute the same way I have to remember to come off mute when I'm asking questions too. All right, Ms. Mendelson, do you have any questions of the owner?
Before I do, I wanted to ask if I am also allowed to have procedural questions, because I had raised my hand to ask one, but was not recognized, and maybe it's because.
You need to not raise your hand, ma'am. You need to speak. You need to I have a I have an objection, so you have to tell, because yeah. So just in the future, just vocalize that. If a question is asked, just vocalize that you have an objection or you have a question, and then I'll recognize you. So I apologize, ma'am, if you had raised your hand. Maybe if you had put did you raise your hand, or did we have the raise hand emoji on the screen?
I actually vocalized, but I couldn't break in and interrupt you, and I raised my hand also. It's a small point, and it is informational for me, not probably.
What is it, ma'am?
Well, I just wanted to ask if I thought that the applicant for the license isn't not Dinesh Tandon, but is Nithi Tandon, and so I wanted to know if the applicants for the license needs to be present at the hearing. That's all.
Well, the applicant, I don't know who's that. I don't have the application in front of me, but we have an attorney we have an attorney who is representing the. I'm sorry, Mr. O'Brien.
The applicant is Hillview Market Inc.
And
LLC, I'm sorry, Hillview Market LLC.
Okay.
As represented in the application, the principals of Hillview Market LLC are Mr. Tandon and his wife.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that representation, Mr. O'Brien. Okay, Ms. Mendelson, any other procedural questions that you want to ask before you move forward?
No, I think that's all for now. Thank
All right.
you.
All right, so what questions do you have to ask Mr. Tandon based on the testimony that he just gave?
Based on the testimony that he just gave, well, I did want to say that I appreciate we appreciate the documentation provided concerning the success of the restaurant that he runs in Noma with the Michelin recognition. But I wanted to ask if the quality of the food is relevant to the concerns of appropriateness for the neighborhood of Bloomingdale.
Hold on, Mr. This is an application for a new restaurant, ma'am. I think it's relevant because I don't know. I'm not familiar with Indigo, so it's good for him to provide evidence regarding that. I also had expected to have like a menu. These are things that we do that at least the board expects during during these type of hearings. Is that because you're a new restaurant, so we want to know if it's a legitimate, and I think that's also a question that also tells us that it also tells us that he's a successful, at least he's telling us that he's a successful businessman in the restaurant industry, that this is not his first go around. So those are all relevant testimony. So that if you had objected to those, I would have overruled your objection, because those are all relevant, especially because this is a new restaurant, to give the board information about what is it that he's proposing.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification on that. Okay. So questions for Dinesh Tandon. I understand from your testimony that you invested over $1 million to purchase property. Should I stop?
Mr. O'Brien, you need to mute your line, sir. All right, hold on. Mr. O'Brien, if you're going to objection,
No,
then
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I activated it so Mr. Tandon could respond to the questions.
All right. Okay. Well, then I have to put myself on mute. Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay. I think it's them. It happened with me too.
Well, Ms. Mendelson can proceed with her questions.
I have an echo. If you're
Hold on. Ms. Mendelson, do you have headphones you can use?
Try it. Good idea. Let's see. Hello.
No, we still have it.
All right,
I'm trying to figure out how to get. Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, sir.
We'll, after Ms. Mendelson asks each question, we will unmute so Mr. Tandon can answer. Mr. Tandon can answer.
Do you have headphones that he can use?
No.
I'm just trying to figure out how. That's one of the reasons why the board wears headphones. So I'm trying to figure out. Headphones should get rid of it. Yeah.
I will, after each question Ms. Mendelson asks, I will unmute so Mr. Tandon can respond.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you. Okay, so in your testimony, Mr. Tandon, you said that you saw visible parking available when you visited the site. What time of day you are talking about, and if you were there after 8 p.m. when most of the residents are home from work.
So I've been there on multiple occasions. I've owned the building since 2021, and I've been there at all hours of the day. And I believe that there are ample parking spots always on North Capitol Street, if not on Bryan Street. But yeah, I mean, this is what on different hours of the day I've seen parking spots.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Was it just I'm the only one who just lost connection, or did everyone else? So let me let the witness start back over, because it appears that I lost connection. So I think the question was that have you been what type of day have you been to the restaurant, and then when you start to the area, and then I lost connection. So let
So like I was saying that I've owned the building since 2021, and I have been there on all different occasions, different hours of the day. And I have noticed that there are parking spots always open, not a whole lot of them, but there are
We
parking
lost
spots
him again.
open.
Okay, I'm waiting for Anderson.
We're waiting for Mr. Anderson also.
I have no idea what is going on with my my Wi-Fi. I don't have a booster. I've never had a problem with my Wi-Fi, so I don't know what is going on. But I'll just wait for my IT person to let me know if there's an issue, if I'm missing from the screen. Okay, so I apologize. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes, so
Okay, I think we got an answer to that question. I would like to ask if the answer to the question is not based on correct information, what do I do?
Well, he gave a response. You ask a question, he gave a response. If you have contrary, then you can ask him contrary, but I don't know the basis of the contrary information that you have, but that's his response. If you have a witness who's going to testify contrary to what he says, then you can, call that witness to testify, but you ask him a question, and to the best of his ability, that's his answer. Okay.
All right, we'll address it further on. For my questions for Mr. Tandon, we understand that you have had long had an interest in establishing an Indigo too. Why did you think it was good business decision to invest in a store with a Class B liquor license?
it was not less about investment, but like I said in my testimony, that my plan to open a restaurant was a few years down the road, and until then it was in to invest in the corner store was like an attempt to survive a dying business. I thought by adding spirits and by having some coffee to it, I'll be able to survive the business until I can execute my plan for a restaurant. It was not about it didn't involve a lot of money in that.
Okay, thank you. Did you consider the appropriateness standards for liquor license? And why did you think it was appropriate to apply for a Class C retailer's restaurant license in a residential neighborhood where there are no other establishments within a 5-block radius?
Because I feel that a good restaurant can always be an additive, can bring only but good things to the neighborhood. The kind of establishment that I'm trying to bring in is only going to enhance the whole, the safety and the overall appeal to the neighborhood.
Can I ask the staff to pull up our Exhibit 5, the residential map?
No, what you have to do, ma'am, is that you need to pull it from your record. I can have you share your screen, but
Okay.
you need to have the document. So if you have the document, I can ask our IT person to allow you to share your screen. I don't know
Okay.
what document, so you need to have the document available.
Good. I'm ready to share my screen.
Can you allow her to share her screen, please?
Access has been elevated.
Thank you.
Okay. Share screen. Share. Okay. It's on? Great. So just to show what I'm asking about, in this map, the red dot is the location, proposed liquor license location. The blue dot is where the rec center is. And all of this RF1 yellow, it's completely residential. Not until you get to Rhode Island Avenue do you see the very first MU for businesses. And this is the biggest concern for appropriateness standards, one of the biggest ones that I wanted to ask you about. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Okay, I have another question for you. In your PIF, you say you will handle, where are they? Are they there? Oh, there they are. Okay. You say you will handle trash problems and rodent problems, and you said so today in your testimony. But why should we trust your management of the business and how you take care of the grievances when we've seen articles about your employees suing you for back wages and a combative relationship with a partner over another restaurant in Brookland?
So these are two. I'm gonna separate the questions. The first one is about the trash and the rodent problem. I speak from my experience of 11 plus years. I've been handling this and without any complaints from the neighborhood, which is a pretty residential neighborhood where we are right now. And on top of it, last year we were given a special director's award from the Department of Health for taking care of the surroundings. Department of Health is a very big entity. So we were given a director's award from them to in lieu of all this. And now the second question was,
If you have collaboration and communication issues that were demonstrated in articles about employees having to sue for back wages and a combative relationship with a partner in another restaurant, we just don't understand how we can trust you to work with us and take care of grievances related to noise, trash, and the rest of the appropriateness standards.
in my 11 years of working, there has never been an issue, but just one employee, there was some kind of misunderstanding. That is all internal. I don't want to go into more details about it, what happened, why it happened. But we have had a staff of about 22 employees. I call it a family of 22 people. And most of our employees have been with us through day one. Some employees are with us for the last 10 years. That must say something, I believe.
Okay, thank you. We've read your statement that you think success for a business with the existing use at the corner and the existing liquor license is impossible. And we'd like to ask, what is the basis for your statement?
I don't find it profitable enough for my investment. That is why I came up with the conclusion that that corner store is a kind of a dying business overall, so it is not a very profitable venture for me.
What economic analysis led you to believe that a store was not a viable option?
There are a few of other corner stores in the neighborhood already. One is on Capitol, one is like 500 yards from my proposed location on on North Capitol Street. I don't believe that is a very successful business either. Plus, close to the recreation center, the big Macmillan Park development going on, there is gonna be one big chain coming in there, which is gonna definitely kill all small businesses around. So I didn't want to start a thing which I would have to shut down in a couple of years.
How do you know that the businesses are not doing well? Have you spoken with the owners?
I did not. I am just estimating, I'm just calculating what is profitable for me as an investor myself. So, and I don't find it viable enough for me to get into this business.
Sure. Did you talk to other successful store owners, like the people who are at Odd Provisions, which is another corner store, also located near a big grocery store within 3 blocks? Did you ever talk to successful store owners to make it work?
No, ma'am, I did not, because corner stores is not my trade. I am not into that business. I am into restaurant business. I've talked to a few restaurant owners and took their feedback about it.
Mhm. And why is the corner store just 1 block away at Channing and North Capitol successful if this is not possible?
All right. Okay. Miss Mendelssohn, this is
Okay.
this is not relevant. It's not relevant that we have conversations about a corner. This is his business model, ma'am. If you want to talk about why is it that he believes it's appropriate to put a restaurant there, that's fine. But rather a restaurant over a corner store, that's irrelevant. So I don't want to hear any more questions about a corner store. All your questions should be dealing with having the restaurant operate there, ma'am, not the business model that he has chosen. Okay.
Great. We've heard you say that the whole community is against you, but we want to know, out of the closest 200 households, how many of the nearby neighbors beyond just this group of 5 have you spoken with?
Objection, Mr. Chair. He has not said the whole community is against it. He
All right,
said that he.
I'll ask her to rephrase the question.
Okay. So that rephrasing is, I'm talking about documents in writing that have come previous to the testimony today. So we've all read these things, and so now I will understand that he no longer feels that way, I guess, is that it's changed. How many of the nearby neighbors within the 200 households closest to the store have you spoken with?
I have spoken to a few of them, but all I know is that about a group of 5 is in the opposition from the Bloomingdale side, and a group of 5 is from the Stronghold side. And I believe that everybody knows that there are a lot more households there, and not everybody is in opposition, so rest of them are in favor too.
I see. What methods did you use to communicate with the community before making applications for the liquor license, patio seating, and the other permissions that you need from the city?
I didn't get that question. Can you rephrase it, please?
What methods did you use to communicate with the community before you made applications for the liquor license?
I did send an email around to as many emails that I had hold on. And I was at the location almost every day and talked to the people who walking by, the patrons who used to walk around, the neighbors, and have personal interactions with them.
Did you knock on any doors?
I didn't think that was appropriate enough to knock at somebody's door.
Did you do any kind of a survey to see what people think in the community?
Yes, I did send an email and got some email responses.
Okay, who did you send the email to?
To the neighborhood?
To the civic association or people?
No, Mr. Scott Roberts does an email exchange in the neighborhood. We all follow them. You all follow them. So I used his platform to send an email around.
That's after you had made the application and saw protests. But I'm asking, what did you do to be sure that your concept to change the store to a restaurant was acceptable and wanted by the community before?
It was because I estimated that there would be some concerns which can be worked upon, and I thought I'm always more than willing to listen to the community and work with them. But so that is how it all started.
Thank you. I saw the letters, we all read the letters of support that you submitted in your PIF for the liquor license. And many of those letters written by people who live in close proximity? Were any of them written?
I'm going to object to the question because close is a very subjective term.
That is correct. So, but you have already asked, you have asked questions about has he contacted the neighbors there. So I'm not quite sure how you're quantifying what you mean by close. But you've already asked that question about did he contact the neighbors, and I think the bottom line is that I'm not quite sure where we're going. I mean,
Oh, this is not about contacting. These were the letters of support. It's different. The people I'm asking about the letters of support. Yeah, he submitted. Did you submit letters of support from people who don't live near enough to be impacted by the restaurant?
Objection, same objection. Near enough is just as subjective as close to.
Okay. Did you make a statement that was captured in the protest report that you feel that you were being treated differently than other neighborhood establishments?
Yes, I did.
Was it because you felt racial discrimination?
There were some comments made that made me feel like that. A little feeling came in.
Okay. I understand that because I did see after the Civic Association meeting something around it. Did you know that the protest group that I'm a part of is Black and brown as well as white?
All right. I don't know where we're going there, but that doesn't mean anything. The man, you ask a question, he said how he felt, and it's not relevant what it is. So let's move on, please.
Okay. The statements that are in the protest report show how he feels, and I was asking this.
And you, ma'am, yes, you asked a question. He told you how he felt.
Yes.
It's irrelevant. I mean, it doesn't matter whether or not the group is black, brown, pink, green, or whatever. You ask a question. He told you how he felt, and so
Yes.
it could be an all-black group. It could be an all-white group. It could be a mixed group.
Yes.
It's irrelevant what the group is. He's just telling you how he. You asked the question. He told you how he felt. Let's move on. Let's move on from there, ma'am.
Okay, right. So you are being treated differently than the other neighborhood establishments for other reasons, though.
Ma'am.
My question about this.
All right. You're not an attorney, and I know that. But I
Okay.
don't need you to make a statement before. Just ask.
Okay.
Don't. You don't.
Your statements in the protest report are not residential?
They are in the same dynamic, I believe.
Are you aware that properties are in mixed-use zones that are designed for commercial business?
I don't know that.
Okay. Are you aware that your feeling of being treated differently that you mentioned in the report is regarding restaurants that are zoned MU and can open by right, while this location requires a zoning variance, which is a pretty high bar to meet?
I don't discern a question in that, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Does he
ma'am.
know?
All right, hold on. Yeah. Clearly, if the Department of Zoning issued a variance for this restaurant to be in this area, that's not within. This is not this is not the forum to have that argument.
Right.
So let's move on from that question. So this is not the forum for that type of question. That should have been a zoning, whether or not zoning was going to grant the variance. Zoning, he got a variance. I mean, this establishment can be open in that area. If whether or not it's appropriate, we can talk about that. But whether or not it's whether or not the Board of Zoning should have granted a variance, that's not relevant to our proceedings today, ma'am. Okay.
Yes. Regarding the statements of being treated differently, are you aware that the pub and the people and the Big Bear Cafe also have had multiple protest hearings and settlement agreements?
I don't know about that.
Okay. Regarding being similar or different than what's here in the neighborhood, are you aware that outdoor dining for Indigo is across an alley or a very narrow street, Bryant Street, from residences?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
Okay. Are you aware that the Red Hen does not have outdoor seating?
I'm aware of it.
And that the outdoor seating, are you aware that the outdoor seating at the pub and the people and the Big Bear Cafe face major streets, nothing like Bryant Street?
They all are in the intersection, on the intersection. So they have two streets hitting them, all of them. Even the pub and the people has North Capitol Street on one side, and I wonder what is the second one, S Street or something, Same way is like North Capitol and Bryant for me.
Okay. They don't have seating on the little streets, just on the big ones. That was my point. Are you aware that all of the restaurants have had neighbors file protests in opposition to their liquor license applications?
I assume they must have.
Okay. Okay. Did you know that the Big Bear, when it was proposed, that there was strong neighborhood opposition to it, and one of the reasons it was allowed was because of its close proximity to other similarly licensed establishments?
Objection, Mr. Chair. Each application is judged on its own merits. And the strength or lack of opposition to, say, Big Bear is simply not relevant in this hearing.
Why is it relevant, ma'am? Why is it relevant?
Because I read what he said in the protest report for this hearing, and I am asking questions about his statement.
I don't think it's relevant. I mean, it's not necessary for you to ask questions about every statement that he makes. I mean, okay, he made a statement. That's just his statement, his state of mind. I don't think it's relevant. So let's move on from there, ma'am.
Okay. I just have one more question. When you asked the opposing residents to meet in person with you on June 30th, did you think it was effective community outreach to say to them and I quote, "I need you to come over to my side. You're not being flexible. You have to agree with me."
I think that is an overstatement. I never used such strong words. I said what I meant was, or maybe it was a lack of communication. What I meant was that I am here to address your concerns. If you loosen up a little bit, because I felt that all the opposition was sitting there so uptight, not giving me any ear. So my words were, if you loosen yourself, hear me out. I am here to work with you, not against you. I repeatedly told you guys that I am a part of the community and I want to work with you guys.
I'm quoting you exactly. Thank you. No more questions for Dinesh Tandon.
Any questions by the board members? Mr. Tandon, I guess I'd missed something when you had stated that. What were the hours you stated for the summer garden? You said Sunday through Thursday. What time?
It's a sidewalk cafe.
I'm sorry. The sidewalk cafe. I apologize. You said give me the hours that you agreed to. That you testified to.
10 a.m. till 10 p.m. Sunday to Thursday, and 10 a.m. till 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday.
Okay. Now, do you already have? So, do you have a certificate of occupancy for this establishment? Because you said 62 seats. Where do you get the 62 seats from?
Those are the proposed seats.
Okay, so those are proposed. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you stated that your current restaurant, it's 80% food, 20% alcohol. So you intend to keep that same percentage in this if the board was supposed to grant this license?
Yes, sir, because I look at my place I envision my place as more food oriented and liquor just as an additive to it. So, and I hope that it stays the same. I plan to keep it the same way.
All right. Any other questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good afternoon to everyone here today. Just had a question for the applicant. You stated what you've offered as alternatives to your original plan in terms of hours of operation and other items within the purview of the application. Just wanted to see if you made any effort to communicate this to the parties in opposition prior to today's hearing.
I don't think he can answer that question,
Yeah.
Mr. Yeah,
All right.
because that would be settlement discussion, so he can't answer that
Gotcha.
question.
Okay. Well, other than that, I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, Miss Mendelson, do you have any questions off the applicant based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien, do you have any
No, sir. No, sir. This is our last witness. I would like to move into evidence the exhibits that we identified during the course of testimony.
And what are the exhibits? Let me give me the numbers and what they are, please.
Okay, number one is the exterior photograph of the premises.
Hold on. Ms. Mendelson, do you have any objection to moving this document into evidence? I can't hear you, ma'am. It's exterior. It's exhibit number 1, which is the exterior of the building.
I have no objection to exhibit 1.
All right, so moved. What's the next one?
The unenclosed sidewalk cafe permit is exhibit number 2.
Any objection, ma'am?
No objection. No objection.
Without objection.
Exhibit number 3 is the District of Columbia Department of Transportation memorandum.
Any objection?
No objection. No objection.
Without objection.
Exhibit number 4 are the collection 19 pages of supporting emails.
Any objection, ma'am?
I think I don't know if this is I object because I think that many of those letters are irrelevant, and I think they're irrelevant because they're.
Hold on, Mr. Bryan, can you mute your line, please? Hold on, ma'am. Mute your line.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I'll just say again. I do object to submitting the letters of support because I think they're irrelevant, and I think they're irrelevant because they're from people who don't live in close enough, like on the block or next to the property, and will be impacted by noise and the other appropriateness standards. And some of them are related to the letters of support that came through the zoning process.
Are the folks in the letter of support, do they live in the neighborhood, ma'am?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking. Do they live in the neighborhood?
Well, what's the neighborhood? Are they the ones, the neighborhood of?
Ma'am, you said that you're using close proximity. I'm asking you if you make an objection, if you say I've reviewed the list, and the majority of the people don't live in the neighborhood, they live in a different neighborhood, then that's a different argument. But if your argument is that, well, they don't live they don't live in close proximity to the restaurant, then that's why I'm asking you the question. Do they live? You've reviewed the list. Do the people live in the neighborhood?
They do not all live in the neighborhood.
Most of them don't live in the neighborhood. Do they live in Bloomingdale?
Let's take a look. I'm
sorry. What did you say, ma'am?
I didn't count how many are not living in this neighborhood. Many do not even give an address. It's not even possible to tell.
All right. I'm going to allow, over your objection, I'm going to allow the exhibit 4 in. All right. What's the next exhibit, Mr. O'Brien?
Exhibit number 5 was the Michelin Guide write-up of Indigo.
Any objection, ma'am?
I have to ask. I think I object because if we're not allowed to talk about other establishments on the protest side, why would we be talking about a restaurant that's not in this neighborhood on the applicant side? It's not the same place. It doesn't have the same issues.
Mr. O'Brien?
It's relevant, Mr. Chair, in order to establish the bona fides of the applicant as he testifies he's going to run a true restaurant. He's running a true restaurant elsewhere, and that makes more credible his testimony that he's going to run a true restaurant at this location.
And over objection, I will allow this in because it's the same management. It is relevant because, as I stated before, he's a new applicant. So in order for the board to make a decision whether or not this is someone that we should entrust, given an application, a license, if we were to, his management ability is relevant. If, say, for example, if you have information to say that he has committed all these violations at his current restaurant, that would be relevant. You could bring that to our attention to say that he's a bad operator, that we should use that in not granting him a license because he's a bad operator. Look at all the violations he's occurred. So since you can bring in negative comments if they exist, he can bring in positive comments if they exist. So I'm over your objection. I'm allowing Exhibit 5. Any other any other exhibits? I'm sorry.
Yes, exhibit number 6 is the DC Eater write-up of the existing Indigo.
And if you object to them, it's the same objection. It's the same. I'm going to allow that for the same reason as number 5.
I have no objection.
Any other?
Number 7 is the Washington Post write-up of the present Indigo.
Any objection, ma'am?
No objections.
Without objection. Any other?
Number 8 is the menu of the present Indigo.
Any objection, ma'am?
I don't object. Nope.
Without objection. And what's the next exhibit?
Those were all the exhibits, Your Honor. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. And with that, the applicant rests.
This is everybody's from the neighborhood.
Thank you. All right. I'm sorry. Whoever is speaking, please, I can hear you. Mute your line. And the speaking wasn't coming from Mr. O'Brien's office. I recognize all the voices here. So whoever else was speaking, it was not from Mr. O'Brien's line, or it wasn't from Ms. Mendelson. So if everyone else, their line needs to be muted. Okay. All right, Ms. Mendelson, tell me how is it that, and I guess let me ask a question. Based on what was presented today from the licensee, in a sense of his hours of operation and some changes that he would make to if the board agrees to give the license, these are some of what he would agree to. Does this make a difference in whether or not the community would agree for the board to issue the license with these conditions, or is it the community's position still that they're not in favor of granting the license?
Thank you for asking that question, Mr. Chair. I think if I were to call the witnesses, and they would be able to tell you that the efforts are greatly appreciated, but they do not address all the issues.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So tell me, how is it that we're going to present her? I was just trying to find out whether or not we need to have everyone testify, or could we have an agreement? But that's what I was just asking. All right. Tell me how then you said how many witnesses you have?
Yeah, so this was not perfectly clear how this would go, and I did ask and got a response from Jonathan Berman, but it didn't help. So,
and Mr. Berman said that you need to come back to the chair, because the chair will let you know how we're going to run the hearing. So why don't you tell me what is it that you're proposing?
I appreciate that. That'd be great. So, there are originally I had prepared to make a statement and then bring witnesses Maya, Evelyn, and Sylvia for questions. And if we're combining, then I would also have to bring Eric Wood in as another witness and be able to question him for representing the Bloomingdale Civic Association. And then there's the issue with the representation of the ANC. Since Carla Lewis is not able to join, it's Kevin Rapp, but it's Kirby Vining who is the witness and has the exhibits for the ANC. So we'd like him to be able to answer questions.
Who's going to ask him questions?
So I could ask Kirby, Eric, Maya, Evelyn, and Sylvia. The only thing is that I don't know about if Kevin makes his own statement for the ANC. That's what Carla seemed to think. And then I also have a statement prepared, but it could also become a closing statement if it's not an opening statement.
Right. So if any statements you have to make, it has to be if you're going to make a statement, it has to be an opening statement or a closing statement, because if you make a statement, then I'm not going to allow you to make a statement because we can't. Whoever Mr. O'Brien would have to cross-examine you on the statement. So,
Okay.
so if you want to call, if say for example, you tell me what witnesses you want to call. Now, if someone else wants to, okay, tell me what are the witnesses that you want to, who you want to call?
So I can call I can call Kirby in his capacity as the group of five, Maya, Evelyn, Sylvia in their as witnesses in mine, and Eric as the representative for the Civic Association. That just leaves Kevin Rapp, who would call his witness and exhibits for the ANC separate.
So who is Kevin? Who is Mr. Rapp going to call?
He would call Kirby Vining, who has the ANC.
No, but Mr. Vining, okay, but
It's different.
all
Yeah.
right, no, ma'am. Mr. Vining can't testify 2 times. You're calling Mr. Vining, so you told me that you're calling Kirby Vining. I think Maya. What's Maya's last name?
Yeah,
Cavalier.
she's
I'm
Cavalier.
sorry.
Cavalier.
How you spell that, please? I'm sorry. Kavaleer. All right, so Miss Mendelson, you're calling Kirby Vining, Maya Kavner, Evelyn, Miss Brown. Let me see.
Right.
What's Sylvia's? I don't
Sylvia
know.
Balfour.
Miss Balfour.
Yeah. Maybe I could ask Kirby a question. Could he unmute for a second?
Hold on. And Eric, what's his last name?
Woods.
Art Woods. Okay, Miss. What's the question you want to ask Mr. Vining?
So, Mr. Kirby Vining, if I ask you questions for both the Stronghold Group and also for the survey that you attached as part of the ANC, would that make sense? Do you think, Kirby, you're muted?
If that's agreeable to the chair, there are 2 different parts, but if that is agreeable to the chair, that's agreeable to me.
It doesn't matter what part. The witness is testifying.
Yeah.
Any questions can be asked of the witness. So you can ask him whatever questions you want to ask. That's what it is. Okay, so Ms. Mendelson, you'll call Mr. Vining, Ms. Kavler, Ms. Brown, Ms. Balfour, and Mr. Woods. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Mr. Rapp, who is it that you're calling as a witness, sir? It's Mr. Kevin Rapp from the ANC.
Yes, Chair. It's my understanding that I was just here to speak on behalf of the ANC, and that I wouldn't be
Okay,
calling
so
any
I'll give you an
witnesses.
opportunity to make a closing statement.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Yes, sir.
I think it's important the record be clear that the ANC is heard in this matter, and I don't want any confusion as to whether the ANC spoke or whether Mr. Vining was speaking for his group or the ANC. So I have no objection to Mr. Rapp testifying also.
Well, the question I asked is that I don't know who's Mr. Rapp can't testify because no one is. I need you to mute Mr. Brian. Mr. Rapp can't testify unless someone calls him as a witness. That's what I'm asking. If the ANC wants to do a closing, they can do that. If Ms. Mendelson wants to call Mr. Rapp as a witness, she can do that. If Mr. Rapp has a witness that he wants to call, I would allow the ANC to call a witness. And so Ms. Mendelson would call all of those other witnesses, and Mr. Rapp would call one witness on behalf of the ANC. That's why before we start, I'm just trying to get some clarification for the witnesses and who will speak. So if the ANC is not calling a witness, the ANC will be able to do a closing statement. So Ms. Mendelson can make an opening statement, and the ANC can make a closing statement if the ANC is not calling a witness. Do we need Any further clarification before we move on? Mr. Wine, Mr. Vine, what's the question that you have, sir?
Yes, I am listed as a witness for the ANC.
It doesn't matter, sir. You're testifying, sir. So the bottom, you're testifying. So Mr. Rapp can either call you as a witness or Miss Mendelson, but Miss Mendelson can't call you as a witness, and then later on Mr. Rapp call you. So you guys need to decide. So if you're listed as a witness on the ANC side, and if Mr. Rapp wants to call you as a witness to testify, he can, but the parties have to decide. You can only testify one time, but I'm not going to have two people questioning you. So it's one person has. So you can decide who's going to call you as a witness. Mr. Rapp can call you as a witness, or Miss Mendelson can call you as a witness.
It sounds like it would be best if I merge the two.
I don't, sir. I don't. You're not. The parties are not listening to me. This is what I'm stating. You will testify. Who is going to call you as a witness? It's either going to be Miss Mendelson or Mr. Rapp if he wants to call. But we're not going to have two. You're not going to be called twice, so you can give two different testimony. You're going to be called once by one person, and they need to. So if Miss Mendelson is calling you, then. And if the ANC has questions, then the ANC person needs to give her the questions that she should ask you.
Mr. Chair,
yes,
Miss Mendelson can call Mr. Vining. That's fine.
All right, but that's fine. But I'm just saying that irrespective, when we do closing, the ANC will have an opportunity to do a closing statement, and that's so the ANC will speak. It's just a matter of calling witnesses. So the ANC will have an opportunity to make a closing statement. And Ms. Mendelson, you'll also have an opportunity to do a closing statement. So we'll have two closing statements. Are we clear? And you have an hour to present your case. It's 3:09. You're only timed when you're doing the direct testimony, ma'am. So I know that when we do the cross-examination, it stretches. So I need you to be mindful of the cross-examinations, because as I told you that we need to end this at 5 o'clock today, which we are going to end it. So I want people to when you call witnesses, I want to make sure that I don't hear redundant testimony. I don't want to hear all 5 people testifying to the same thing, ma'am. The first person who testifies, the board will get it. We don't need to have 4 other people testifying to the same thing, okay? And I don't remember did you do an opening statement at the beginning? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. All right, so who's your first witness?
Kirby Vining.
All right, Mr. Vining.
Thank you.
Mr. Vining.
Yes, I'm Kirby.
Can you raise your right hand, please, sir?
No.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, your witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vining. Please tell us about the previous 2 protests against the liquor license in the area that Stronghold has made.
I'm going to object to that. I don't care about it. I'm sorry. It is not relevant about protests that have been made in other. I mean,
okay.
All right. It's not relevant that they have protested other establishments. All that's relevant here is the protest that's filed in this particular case. Why is it that this organization decided to protest this license? And that's the only relevant thing. Okay, it's not relevant that what they have done before, because all right. Okay.
And you're talking about not other establishments, but for this establishment, we're not talking about the license protests for this establishment.
It's not the question you ask about them protesting other licenses. That's not relevant. Why they have protested other licenses? All that's relevant here. Why are you protesting this specific license? That's what's relevant here.
Okay, well, let me ask that question. I think it's an excellent question, if you don't mind. Mr. Vining, why are you protesting the current liquor license application for this location?
The Stronghold Group of Five discussed this matter and discussed the fact that this is an entirely residential neighborhood, except for the two convenience stores, of which the applicant is one. And they have been operated since they were built, since they were open, as far as we know, in World War I. But the traffic has had little to no impact on the neighborhood. It's foot traffic. They've sold beer and wine, and also served as a convenience store, and very concerned about the increase of aggravations concerning trash, traffic, and parking that will be made by this change. That is what the neighborhood is comparing it to, and I think fairly what was there before. And it would draw some vehicle traffic. It would the nature of the trash would be the wet raw garbage that is characteristic of a restaurant, as opposed to the packaging and dry materials of a convenience store. And the noise, noting that almost all the customers to the previous establishment came in singly on foot, made their quick purchase, and left. So this would be a dramatic increase in the traffic, the foot traffic, and the vehicular traffic to that location that residents have not experienced. And while they're absolutely not objecting to a restaurant or even a bar per se, there are concerns about how close this is to the peace and order of the homes that some of the residents have been in with their families for 2 and 3 generations. I think is that adequate for your question, Ms. Mendelson?
I think that's very adequate. I wanted to ask you in your capacity with the ANC testimony that you were prepared to be a witness on. You had exhibits that were submitted in a PIF, and I wanted to know if you could describe them. If you can share your screen, if they elevate you, can you share those exhibits and discuss what your testimony is?
Ma'am, okay. You need to know what are the exhibits. Okay. Okay. You are directing him. He's not directing you, ma'am. So you need to know what exhibits. Then you need to if you can't share your screen, maybe you could ask him to share his screen for a specific exhibit, and then you can ask him questions about it. He can't. You have to ask questions, ma'am, and he respond to your questions.
Well, it is a good thing. I did actually make a folder of all the other PIFs, and I do have them, and I recall, let's see. I think it's called ANC Exhibit Number 1, Hillview Survey Flyer. And I am now showing this on my screen, and I'm going to share if I'm allowed, maybe allowed, and ask you, Kirby Vining, to tell me what this is and how it's related to the protest.
This, you can see I'm speaking in the capacity as the ANC for the ANC 5E06, which is the east side of North Capitol Street. I was previously speaking, making comments as for the Stronghold.
Sir, you don't have to, sir. You're just testifying, sir. It doesn't matter what capacity you're in. You've been asked a question. Just answer the question as a witness, sir.
Early May, I started receiving calls from some residents in community, the Stronghold community, my community within the ANC, about a notice that they received by mail announcing that the new owner of the applicant's property, 2324 North Capitol Street, was going to be applying for permissions to run a restaurant and bar at that location. So for 2 reasons, I sent this flyer out to the entire Stronghold neighborhood, saying that I would be asking for responses, input from the entire Stronghold community, but saying that I would specifically be going door to door, all the residences below Channing Street, because those are residences that in my position are close, very near to the property, meaning specifically they can all see directly the location there from their front porches. That was close enough that I thought I feel obligated as in that ANC capacity to find out the position of that community that would be most impacted by any proposed change. And I announced in the flyer here that I would be asking all who responded to this. The applicant is applying for permission to run a restaurant and bar at that location that had been, we all knew, a convenience store for the entire time we've lived in Stronghold. Do they support those changes necessary for the to change this to a restaurant and bar, or do they not support those changes, and why? And following this, as it says in the flyer there, starting on the week of the 15th of May, I went door to door, every house in south of Channing Street, to see if I could share some information, because this application confused a lot of people. What does this mean? What does he want to do, and why, and whatnot? Then asked, are you do you support these proposed changes or not? And I found, as a result of that survey, in the survey, I was all but 3 occupied houses in that area below Channing Street. I was able, by visiting multiple times, there's a flyer first and then up to 3 visits to each door there, I was able to talk with the residents at all but 3 of the occupied houses down there. And then I looked at the responses, and the responses are in another exhibit, a summary of the responses there. Something that intrigued me, that talking to these people individually there, their responses, they said they were opposed. 2/3 said they were opposed to that change, and of course, why? And it grouped together traffic, parking, roads, 3 different key points mentioned individually by each of them. I could go into details about that, but that is in Exhibit 2, a summary of what I found.
Can I show that exhibit? Would that be helpful?
I think so.
I think it's this, right?
Exhibit 2, that's it.
Yeah.
That explains in prose at the top there what I did. And this is materials that I was putting together following that survey to bring to the Stronghold Civic Association and to the ANC, because this original notice, which was for zoning, not for ABRA, the ABRA placard date, I think, was June 16th, but still the same point. The owner of the store wished to obtain the permissions to change the Sunbeam Market convenience store with a Class B license into a restaurant and bar. And it describes that in the prose there. At the bottom there, that's about to scroll up here. These are the things, a summary of the concerns that were raised by 2/3 of the residents, and their traffic, parking, and trash and rodents.
Okay. You also had maps, and I think, let's see. No. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Exhibit 1. Did you want to please tell us what you see in this exhibit?
I think this overlaps almost entirely with the exhibit that the Bloomingdale Group of 5 did. It just shows the entire entirely residential neighborhood, character of the neighborhood, with the 2 marks that are on this map that may be different. The X is the applicant's location, and the O at the top right corner is the only other commercial activity in our entire neighborhood. That's the other convenience store there, but it's largely overlaps with the exhibit that was already presented.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. I think I will stop sharing. Yeah, I know. I'm just looking at the list of things that were submitted to make sure I got everything for you. Okay, excellent. I'm going to stop sharing. And I think because some of my other witnesses have some of your testimony, Kirby, I'm going to move on at this point. So I'll stop questions.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien, do you have any questions of Mr. Vining?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Vining, is there a Stronghold Civic Association or Citizens Association?
Yes, the former Mr. Tandon, before that group, I think twice. He has appeared before that.
Okay, but that group is not a Protestant in this case, is it?
That's correct. There was a vote on the floor concerning whether or not the Stronghold Civic Association, as an association, was going to protest the zoning case, and it deadlocked 5-5. There was also, as the Stronghold Civic Association realized the dates kept changing, that the date to consider whether or not to protest the ABCA application drew up very, it was approaching the deadline for considering that, and we had not brought it up at the most recent Stronghold Civic Association. So the Stronghold Civic Association did a special called meeting on a Saturday with flyers to everyone in the neighborhood to take up this issue. But between deciding we had to do that, to make a decision on behalf of Stronghold, and the date of the actual meeting, I contacted ABCA staff, and they said that we had missed the deadline for the Stronghold Civic Association to protest because the requirement that an incorporated civic association must make a decision at a regularly called meeting that the applicant is present at. We had missed that. So at the call meeting, I announced that we cannot protest as the Stronghold Civic Association. However, of those present from the Stronghold community that morning, we could form a group of 5 to protest. That is something we could do if we wish to do it. We cannot protest as the Stronghold Civic Association. And the vote was, yes, we'd like to do that. And there was a group of 5 that started that process. So that is why the Stronghold Civic Association is not a party to this. Frankly, we missed the deadline to abide by the law and have the applicant present at a regularly scheduled meeting to take that vote as the Stronghold Civic Association.
But the, if I understood you correctly just now, the one vote that was taken was deadlock 5-5.
That was the zoning. That was on the zoning case.
And that was deadlock 5-5
That's
for and against a restaurant there. Is that correct?
That was, well, it was against the zoning case, which of course the restaurant bar application before zoning was the subject of that vote in that case.
And it was deadlock 5-5. Is that correct?
So it failed.
Okay. Now we have a protest from a Stronghold group of 5. What?
Is there a question?
Hold on, ma'am.
Call Mr. Vining. The where does the group of 5 live?
They're all in Stronghold.
Okay. Where do you live, Mr. Vining?
On the unit block of Franklin Street Northeast.
Okay. So we're talking about Bryant to Channing to what's the next street up?
Douglas, Evarts.
Evarts. So you're 6 blocks away?
I think that the question is inappropriate because I was chosen as the representative of 5 that was representing.
All right. You are the representative of a group of 5.
Right.
Okay. How many of the group of 5 live on Franklin Street with you?
2 others.
That's 3. Another one of the representatives lives even further away on Girard Street. Is that correct?
That's right.
So only one of the group of 5 lives, the Stronghold group of 5 lives in proximity to the intersection of North Capitol and Bryant. Is that correct?
Yes, but I think that you're missing the point that this was a group of the most active members of the Stronghold Civic Association
Mr. Bryan, you need to hold on, Mr. Bryan. You need to mute your line.
Okay.
I can't hear, and I know we have a court reporter, and I know that they probably can't pick up. All right, so I need you to. It's coming from your end, so I always need you to mute your line when you're not speaking, sir. All right, go ahead. I think you're asking a question to Mr. Vinen, and I apologize, but yeah.
It's not working. Mr.
I can share.
Chair. Mr. Viney, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm showing you what we're going to label Applicant's Exhibit number 10. It's I'll represent to you. It's a Google map showing the distance from the intersection of North Capitol and Bryant, which is the subject intersection, and the intersection of North Capitol and Franklin. We show how many. We show that that distance is 1,442 feet between those two intersections. So I suggest to you that 4 of your 5 group lives more than 1,400 feet from the subject intersection. Am I correct?
Yes, to the extent that you've addressed the point.
Okay, let's drop it. But what do you mean, sir, by to the extent I addressed the point? Was my statement correct that 4 of your 5 of group of 5 live more than 1,400 feet from the subject site?
Yes, but where the stronghold group of 5 is representing the stronghold community, which is directly across from the shop.
I suggest to you, sir, the stronghold group of 5 is representing the stronghold group of 5 and not the larger community. Is that correct?
No, because this was a special call meeting of the Stronghold Civic Association, flyers to all 270 households in the Stronghold community. And at our meeting, we worked with who actually showed up at the meeting and asked the question of if we want to do that, who would like to actually put their name down to be a representative. And that's the 5 names that came out of that meeting.
Mr. Chair, I orally move to dismiss the protest of the stronghold group of 5 because 4 of the 5 don't live in any proximity to the subject location.
Or is it too soon?
What's the nature of the objection, ma'am?
What did you say?
What is the nature of your objection?
I think that if supporters can be as far as NOMA, that the stronghold group of 5 is certainly much more in my neighborhood.
Ma'am, there's a specific standard in the sense that if you're a group of 5 or more, there's a standard that has to be met for you to be recognized as a group. Okay, that's and I think that's the objection is that based on the representation of Mr. Vinen, that he's saying that stand-in should not be granted to that group because the folks live, because of the distance, that they live more than 1,400 feet from the establishment. That's the nature of the objection.
I see. So, but Stronghold is directly across the street as well on Bryant Northeast. It's
no, I don't think I think what he's saying, the stronghold was not provided standing, I think it's a group of 5 or more that he's saying that group should not have been granted standing. That was the objection. That was what he was stating. All right. Any other arguments that need to be made at this juncture? You can't respond, Mr. Vining. It's between Ms. Mendelson and Mr. O'Brien. Any other?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, that's why I established at the beginning of my questioning that this is not a protest by a civic association. I asked whether there was an association, and Mr. Vining said there was no vote taken on this application. There was a 5-5 deadlock on the Board of Zoning Adjustment application. So I brought that up to establish that this is not an association, a civic association with boundaries. This is a group of 5 people, and as Mr. Vining has candidly agreed, at least 4 of the 5 don't live anywhere near this location.
So are you saying that? But wasn't standing was standing granted to the Stronghold Civic Association?
At roll call, yes.
And so you're stating that based on the testimony of Mr. Vining, standing should not have been granted to the Civic Association because there was not a meeting that they didn't meet this. I'm one more time, sir. What is it? Why is it that you're saying standing shouldn't have been granted?
I misspoke in answer to your question. The Stronghold Civic Association never protested.
Yes.
Okay. The only relevant protest for this discussion is 5 individuals, the Stronghold group of 5.
Right.
And Mr. Vining has acknowledged that 4 of the 5 live more than 1,400 feet. So I'm saying that the Stronghold group of 5 lacks standing.
And what
standing?
I'm sorry.
Standing is cognizable at any point in the proceeding.
And you're saying that. What are the qualifications of what are the requirements for a group of 5 or more to receive standing?
That they share a common interest. And I'm saying that there's no common interest here when they live so far away.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
If you wish, you may reserve the ruling on the motion.
I'm not going to make a ruling. I mean, we'll reserve that, and in your closing argument, you can also raise that as an issue again, and so therefore for the board to make a decision when we issue a decision to either grant or deny this license. Okay.
Continuing with the examination, Mr. Vining. Mr. Vining, with respect to your door-to-door survey, did you, well, let me go back a step. I understood you to say that 2/3 were against a restaurant and 1/3 was in favor of a restaurant.
That's correct.
Do I understand correctly?
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. What question did you present to each person who answered a door?
Do you support or oppose changes that would enable the conversion of 2324 North Capitol Street to a restaurant and bar?
Mr. O'Brien, Mr. O'Brien, I don't know what happened. We did not have this problem in the first hearing, so I'm not quite sure what changes that you made to your setup while we're having this problem in this hearing, sir. But you need to mute your line as soon as you ask your question, sir. All right, go ahead, Mr. Vining.
You to ask each of the persons on their front porch, of course, pointing at the establishment. This is visible from all those front porches there, the old Sunbeam Market. Do you support or oppose changes that would enable the conversion of 2324 North Capitol Street, the old Sunbeam Market, to be a restaurant bar or not, and why?
Do you have any background in taking surveys, Mr. Vining?
Yes, 10 years ago, when the McMillan development was a huge interest for the community, we worked with a career survey specialist at the National Institute of Health, who talked with us over several weekends about how to do a neutral survey and not bias the people that we were talking with.
Okay, but you particularly don't have any training in taking surveys, do you?
That was it.
Do you have any professional credentials?
My profession is in a very different line of work.
Would you agree that the tone of which a question is posed to someone can influence the answer?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you agree that the wording of a question can influence the answer?
Even more so.
Okay. All right. Your question was, do you support changes? Is that correct?
Yes, that was in the context that I talked to each person about. There will be various zoning rules, what the current zoning rules are, what the current ABRA rules are. I talked about all that and explained what was going on. It was a convenience store with a Class B license. To do this restaurant and bar, there would need to be some changes. That is what the word changes referred to.
Mr. Vining, you've been against this project from the beginning, have you not?
No, no one has ever asked my opinion on it.
Would you care to express your opinion today?
I have none. I don't drink. I tend not to go out much to restaurants. I consider my position as an ANC and a representative on the Stronghold Civic Association my obligation, if I'm going to represent those people, to ask the people. That is my position.
Would you agree that most people, in your experience, are instinctively adverse to changes?
I think the question is much too broad.
Mr. Vining, that's not your Mr. Vining. You're asked a question. You answer the question. If you're unable to answer the question, you say, "I cannot answer the question, sir." That's not your role to say it's too broad. So you either answer the question or you're not. If your lawyer doesn't object, then it's like, I can't answer the question. I don't have an answer. But you can't ask that question, sir.
Mr. O'Brien, could you please repeat the question?
Would you agree, Mr. Vining, that in your experience, most people are instinctively adverse to changes?
No.
Very well. Those are all the questions I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions by any board members? Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Vining.
Vining.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vining.
Afternoon.
Mr. Vining, how long have you resided in the District of Columbia?
$1979.
And prior to that?
Oh, all over the place. Northern Virginia, Florida, New York City.
Florida and New York City?
Right.
Were there any restaurants in any vicinities of the neighborhoods you lived there in New York or Florida?
Not on the Florida, no. Richmond, Virginia, no. New York, a couple of blocks away, but no, not on the block that I was living on.
So currently now, this applicant's application, how far away is he from the home you reside in now? The applicant.
I think that was the applicant's attorney showed a map.
Mr. Vinen, answer the question if you can answer the question, sir. You can't question the person who's asking a question, sir. Okay, answer the question if you can.
1,400 feet is what I heard.
Can you repeat that, please?
1,400 feet is what I heard.
Are you familiar with any other neighborhoods similar to your stronghold neighborhood in Washington, D.C.?
Bloomingdale, right next door. I've run for ANC there several times, been very involved with the Bloomingdale community over there. Bloomingdale is a near sister neighborhood to mine. I consider it a sister neighborhood.
Great. How many restaurants are in Bloomingdale?
Clustered at the corner of First and Rhode Island, I think there are about 5. And at the extreme southern edge of Bloomingdale, I think I can count 3 or 4. They're all clustered in those 2 locations. Up in our area north of Rhode Island Avenue, that I'm more familiar with, both Bloomingdale and Stronghold side, none.
That's fine. And to your knowledge, are the people in those communities who live near those restaurants that you've just enumerated, how do they get along with the neighbors in those restaurants? And how long have those restaurants been there?
It's a long question. I know people who live near several of the ones at First and Rhode Island that they've had restaurants in that area for as long as I've been here, and the restaurants have changed. And with the changes, the neighbors like the restaurants and like how the owner runs it, some better than others. I think that their response to the restaurants there is generally good, generally.
Okay, now that's a very fair answer. Do you think if this applicant is given a chance to open and operate, that the community might grow in it also?
It's possible.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any board members? Mr. O'Brien, any questions of the witness based on a question that was asked by the board?
No, sir.
All right. Any redirect that you need to ask Ms. Mendelson?
No, thank you.
Mr. Vinen, thank you for your testimony today. All right. I'm going to take a break, but I told you, I informed you what time that I'm not trying to rush the folks, but I just want to make sure that we use our time expeditiously. I mean, we all have, I know we've been here for 2 days, so we just want to make sure that we move forward. So as I said before, I take a break over 2 hours. It's over 2 hours that we've been moving. It's 3:45. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll continue this case at 3:45. So we're off the record until, I'm sorry, 3:55. We're off the record until 3:55. All right, thank you. We're back in the record. Who's your next witness, Ms. Mendelsohn?
Next witness, thank you so much. Eric Woods, I think it would be great if you could be our next witness representing the Bloomingdale Civic Association.
Mr. Woods, can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a witness?
Thank you. Did the Bloomingdale Civic Association have any meetings involving Mr. Tandon or his representative and the Hillview Market property?
Yes, they were invited to and participated in at least 2, possibly 3 of our monthly BCA meetings. And and during that meeting, they're able to present whatever they want some feedback on. And it includes their plans, their ideas, or anything they want, and get feedback from the community.
Thank you. And could you help me understand how property matters end up on the BCA meeting agenda?
Sure. We have the executive board has a member on there that keeps tabs on what hearings or applications are going on at the different government agencies, including this one, the ABCA, and the zoning board, and some other government agencies. And so when they are property-related matters or historic preservation review board matters, those kinds of things, they require, the input from Civic Association, and they get on the Civic Association board agenda for the upcoming monthly meeting in time to provide feedback to those organizations or to those government agencies or entities.
So can you recall what were some of the issues that were raised during the discussions about Hillview Market at the BCA meeting?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Mr. Chair, I want to make sure that the witness does not drift into settlement discussions.
Well, all right, well.
Question was posed, what were the issues? The next question would be, what are the responses? And all of a sudden, we're in the middle of settlement negotiations.
Well, the bottom line is that I think she's asking questions about what happened at the meeting. Okay, so as long as the testimony just stays at the meeting and why they decide to protest it, then we're fine. Okay, so you hear Mr. Woods and you hear Ms. Mendelson. Go ahead.
You got it. Thanks for the reminder. We'll stay on target.
Okay. So you've heard some of the issues that were raised during the meeting, but you'll hear some more from people that are closer, that live close to the property. So I'm not going to venture into that. But one of the vital issues that came up does merit a greater attention. You know, and it has to do with the property being zoned at RF1 and a restricted ability to use it as a retail store. And when Mr. Tandon appeared at the BCA, this became a heavy issue in terms of timing, in terms of being able to request the zoning permission or the zoning for the zoning issues and this license for the alcoholic beverages. So first it was the issue of him coming, not the issue, he first raised the point that he was going to put carry on the market at a coffee shop and then have that as the selling beer and wine as the market would have also had. And then several months later, he reappeared before the BCA, and then that was with his stated intention to put a full-service restaurant in there. And he even told us during the meetings that there would be some live music. He mentioned that it would be open about 20 hours a day, and then he mentioned he'd installed a commercial kitchen in the basement as well to support the restaurant. So during at least one of the BCA meetings, Mr. Tandon shared his desire to meet with members of the community outside of the BCA meeting to get them on board with his plan, was directly how he put it.
Okay, thank you. And can you elaborate how the appropriateness of a full-service restaurant with this liquor license is significant, and why the zoning designation is significant to the community?
All right, okay. All right, this is not a zoning hearing, okay? We have passed that issue. The Board of Zoning, I guess, made the variance. So let's move beyond the zoning. If you can talk about it, you can ask him about appropriateness, but this is not a zoning hearing, so that is now no longer relevant for this hearing. Okay.
Okay.
So well, I was trying to report on what was brought up during the meeting.
Sir. That's a zoning issue. We're now at ABCA. So therefore, whatever decision, whether or not it's appropriate for your zone, that we shouldn't have a restaurant because it was a neighborhood, that's a zoning issue. Zoning has determined that this type of establishment can be there. Your argument is not, it's not appropriate, but I'm sorry. Mr. O'Brien, I'm still speaking, so you need to be unmuted, sir. So that all I'm saying is that, sir, the zoning issue is not relevant for our hearing. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You have you want to you have something to say, Mr. O'Brien?
Yeah, I wanted to correct a possible misunderstanding. The Board of Zoning Adjustment has not ruled yet on this issue. I think the hearing is scheduled in December. So they're parallel proceedings. I agree that the zoning issues are not relevant in this hearing, Mr. Chair, but the BZA ruling is pending.
Okay, thank you for that, for correcting the record. But still, it's whatever decision, if if the BZA issues a determination, if the board was to, first and foremost, the board is not going to issue a license until all the other agencies that are supposed to do approval. If they don't, so even if the board was to rule today that they can get a license, if the other agencies who are supposed to do approval, if those agencies, if they don't agree, they won't get the license. So, but what I'm stating is that it's not, whatever the arguments are before the BZA, that's not relevant to us here, because that's not, we can't make determinations regarding that. Okay, we're making our decision is independent. It's like okay, the Board of Zoning says that the restaurant can be there, and we do not question whether or not that was a right or wrong decision. Okay, go ahead, ma'am. All right.
Thank you for that.
So for point of clarification here, so if the application says he's putting a full service restaurant there and the zoning board hasn't ruled, then how does the application get considered by you?
Because we're not going to issue a license, sir, the same way he does not have a certificate of occupancy. This agency will not issue a license until he has a certificate of occupancy. If he never gets a certificate of occupancy, it will never open.
Okay. All right.
All we're doing, sir, is that we're making a decision, but if the board decides to grant a license, the license will not be issued until everything he needs. He needs the BZA sign off. He needs a certificate of occupancy. He needs the Department of Health. Whatever else any other parts of the government needs to do, this agency will not actually issue the license until we have received all the documents from all the approvals from whatever other agencies he's waiting for approvals. Okay.
Thank you.
This is clear to everyone.
This is really important. It's not ever been stated. I would like to ask another question, Eric, and keep moving because there's a lot to do, if that's all right. Just if you could speak to the outcome of the most recent vote related to the Hillview Market.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess as a community voice, the Civic Association voted that we would not support the application for the liquor license. And that was because, unlike what Mr. Anderson just kind of said, we weren't aware of, hey, we're not going to do this, even if it was a full vote of support. It couldn't happen until everything else fell into place. But the BCA felt like we voted not to support it. Mr. Tannen had a poor effort to outreach to the community, and the communication wasn't very good with the community, so he voted not to support it. And there were a lot of voices at the hearing that said we should do this in a different order, notwithstanding what Mr. Anderson just said. So our feeling was, and it actually is, that at this point, Mr. Tannen should be afforded some time to confirm his business model so that everyone knows what the business model is and his plans, engage the community for some more input and support on that business model, and then represent it to the board, the zoning board, because that was one of the primary arguments put forth during these meetings. So
okay, thank you so much.
That's it. Mm-hmm.
With 3 other witnesses to go, I stop my questioning here.
Mr. O'Brien.
No questions.
Any questions by the board members? Hearing none. Mr. Woods, thank you for your testimony. All right, who's the next witness?
I'd like to ask Maya to Cavalier. Where is she? There she is. Okay.
Ms. Cavalier, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Hi, Maya. Can you state where you live and how long you've lived here?
Hi, I live at 8 Bryant Street Northwest. I bought my property as a first-time home buyer in April 2023.
I'd like to share my screen so I can show you the view from 8. I'm not sharing. Oh, it dropped. Share. Was it just the window or the whole thing? Okay, great. So this is this the, Maya, is this the view from your front porch?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what this view is?
So this is, you're looking at what the proposed sidewalk patio and where the garbage trucks, the garbage bins would be for the property, for the restaurant in question. And the view is directly from my home, my front porch.
And how close is this to your front porch?
21 feet is what we determined.
Okay, great. And would you prefer this property to be as it is currently licensed, or to become a restaurant with a Class C retailer's liquor restaurant license?
The current.
Okay, great. But what kind of a building is this location now, and what is its current effect on peace, order, and quiet?
So it's a residential building in a residential block in a residential neighborhood. Right now it's not open, but no other business in the area is open past 9 p.m. So the current impact is minimal, but I have been personally impacted by the construction noises.
Okay. And what activity does this application ask for?
So this is asking for a restaurant, for a bar, for an entertainment endorsement. The hours are looking to be, in some cases, 21 hours a day. So from 6 in the morning to 2 a.m. and then 3 a.m. on other days as well.
Okay. And during the proposed business hours of this application that go until 2 and 3 in the morning, how will the peace, order, and quiet that homeowners like you now experience on Bryant Street change irrevocably?
So I would be able to hear everything. Right now, in those hours, I don't hear much. It's relatively quiet, but this would introduce a whole brand new category and type of noise that doesn't exist now and wouldn't exist with the store. I would be having to hear people come and go from the restaurant, hear the conversations, hear all the noise associated with the restaurant and bar at the hours when I would be sleeping.
Right. And in addition to your what you would hear, I'd like to share Exhibit 3 and ask you. Yeah, I know. It doesn't do it. Okay, so what is this view in Exhibit 3 that we're all looking at?
So that's a view across the street from the property in question. So it's not my house, but I do know that there is a family with young kids that live in that home. So this view is just outside of that home.
Okay, all right, thank you. And so they would be exposed to the same disruptions as you would.
I would imagine.
Objection leading.
Miss Mendelsohn, do not ask a question that suggests the answer in your question, ma'am. Okay, so
okay,
sustained, but she answered the question all right. But just in the future, ma'am, don't suggest the answer in the question that you're asking, ma'am.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so in the protest report, in Mr. Tandon's remarks to the investigator, he talked about other establishments, and mentioned by name Pub and the People as an example of one of those. And when you Google that and you see findings of fact containing testimony by neighbors of that establishment in their application.
Objection. This has to be a leading question.
Well, what are the effects peace, order, and quiet that were documented. That's really what I wanted to ask her.
That were documented.
Hold on. About some other restaurant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is it relevant to this restaurant? It's not in the same location, so why we? It's not. If it's not, I don't even know how far that is. So it's not relevant. I don't need to talk about findings of fact and conclusion of law about another restaurant that is not. To the best of my knowledge, it's nowhere close to this establishment.
Oh, yeah, no, it was just mentioned in the protest report as being in the same neighborhood on a similar location. So I thought it did matter that they've already documented the things that Maya's talking about. Sorry.
Good, let's move on.
Okay, so then in that case, what other noise do you expect to hear from your windows, Maya?
So I already hear noise already. So I hear construction, I hear deliveries, I hear conversations that happen at the property. So from that information that I have already and that lived experience, I can only imagine that it will only be worse once that restaurant is already open. So I would hear all the conversations of the patrons either waiting for a table or at their table. I'd be hearing all the trash pickups early in the morning, all the trash being dumped into the bins, including the clashing of loud bottles. I would hear the deliveries being dropped off. I would hearing the motor scooters of the Uber Eats and DoorDashes picking up orders, the honking of the cars who are double parked against, the slamming of the car doors of the Uber drivers because there isn't a metro, so most people will be driving, I imagine. So there's a whole host of noises, I imagine, that would occur from this property, and given my proximity to it, I'm directly next door to it, there's nothing but air. I'm uniquely vulnerable to the noise, to the impact of noise.
All right, and here's a question. We heard that the hours, if they were to close at midnight, open from 7 a.m. to midnight, not even what's in the application, just that idea. What do you expect that you might hear at like 11 and 12 midnight from your bedroom?
I would still hear people leaving at that hour, and at that hour, I'm usually going to bed because I work and I work from home. So it's not even just at night; it's the hours during the day that I need peace inside. It's also not just late at night; it's early in the morning. Having people gather outside directly next to my bedroom window at 7 o'clock in the morning, or having significant business activity at 7 o'clock in the morning would be extremely disruptive. And had I known that this would be happening next door to me, I wouldn't have purchased my home.
And are you concerned that when the employees end their shift every day with the glass bottles and put them in, are you concerned about the noise?
Objection, this has got to be a leading question.
Right. I'm trying to make it a question. Are you concerned about the noise from employees emptying glass bottles into the dumpsters by your windows?
Answer, yes. That's a leading question.
I
know, Mr. Bryan.
Okay. We've established the noise thing. I think that's fine. Sorry, one day I'll get this good. Okay, so please so I wanted to talk to you about littering also, because you've talked a lot on noise. What is your experience with littering at the site of the proposed liquor license?
I've noticed like trash and broken glass, even either directly in that patio area or directly next in the sidewalk that's out of the purview of their perimeter, or I guess their property lines is a better word. I've also noticed graffiti on their walls.
For the restaurant, ma'am, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I think my last question is, are you concerned with how Mr. Tandon will respond to neighborhood concerns? And just, I wanted to put up Exhibit 4 to help with your, what you want to, are you concerned?
Yeah, I mean, I think the tone has been a bit confrontational since the beginning, if you're not on his side. And additionally, for example, with this graffiti, it's been there for over a month and a half and nothing's been done. So I think there's been a lot of lip service, but given our interactions with Mr. Tandon throughout this whole process, his word has not really meant a whole lot.
Okay, so I have yet to get this exhibit up to show what you're talking about. Sorry, hold on one second. Oh, there it is. I see. Okay. Okay, so can you please describe what we're looking at, Maya?
So there's graffiti, like spray paint on the wall of the property.
Okay, and how long has this been on the property?
I'd say about a month and a half.
Okay, and did you read in the protest report if Mr. Tannen's been on site during any of that time?
It said he was there as recently as October 8th.
Right. Okay, thank you. I'm going to stop sharing. Okay, I'd like to finish my questions with you, Maya. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unmute. Yeah.
Yep.
Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. I'm asking Ms. Mahmood to pull up our exhibit number 1 that's already in evidence on the screen. Working backwards, Ms. Cavalier, are you aware that Mr. Tandon has removed the graffiti that you identified on the North Capitol Street side?
So that's a different sorry. That's a different angle. That's a different
No,
side.
I'm not asking you to look at the picture now. I'm just asking you if you're aware that he has removed the graffiti that you identified.
I'm not aware that it's removed.
All right, have you looked recently?
I've looked.
Okay.
I don't remember.
All right. Mr. Tandon has tried to work with you. Is that correct?
I spoke with him one time.
Okay, he solicited a meeting with you?
Kevin Rapid.
Okay. At one point, and we won't discuss the context, but you made it known that there was a security light shining in your room or your house. And Mr. Tandon promptly disconnected that light as an accommodation. Did he not?
He did.
Okay. Are you aware that the property has been, let me go back a step. You said you purchased the property in April 2023.
Yes.
Are you aware that there was graffiti on the Bryan Street side in 2023 that Mr. Tandon removed?
I can't comment on that.
Ma'am,
You can't comment,
answer
or
the
you don't
question
know?
if you can answer the question, ma'am.
I said I can't answer.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Tandon removed graffiti from the building in 2022?
That was before I lived there. So no, I don't know that.
Okay. Would you expect that a building that is not in use and not occupied would be the subject of graffiti?
I don't know.
Would you be aware that broken glass and trash tend to accumulate around a building that is not occupied?
It is, however, I know that he has a, sorry, there's an echo.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I see he has a
Mr. O'Brien,
who's there every
mute
day.
your line, sir. Go ahead.
Am I able? Sorry. I see that he has a
Mr. O'Brien, please mute your line.
We're trying, Mr. Chair.
Can I?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thanks. I see that he has a gentleman, a construction worker who's there almost every day. So to say that it's unoccupied, like there's somebody there every day working on the property. So it's not that it's empty.
Okay. When you bought the property in April 2023, there was this building on the corner with no activity. Is that correct?
I was under the impression that it was going to be a store.
What investigation did you conduct?
That's just what my real estate agent told me.
Okay. So you said you wouldn't have purchased it if you known it was going to be a restaurant, but you purchased it because you thought it was a store. Is that correct?
I was aware of the impacts of what a store would be, and Mr. Tannen owned the property at the time of my purchase, and when he owned that property, the purpose of that was to be a store.
Did you have conversations with him at that time?
No.
So what's the source of your information?
Aren't his applications public record?
I asked you what the source of your information was.
I know when I spoke with neighbors when I was considering it, and I just relied on the information from my real estate agent.
Okay. You bought right next to a basically derelict building, and now you're shocked that it's going to be occupied. Is that correct?
Derelict is your word choice. I don't know if I would say that.
Oh, let's call up exhibit number 1. Wouldn't you describe that exhibit number 1 as derelict?
Can I get an official definition of derelict?
Ma'am, just answer the question, ma'am. You know,
I wouldn't say I wouldn't look
yes
at that.
Or no, ma'am.
No.
All right. Do you believe that you have the right to move in next to a non-functioning building and veto what comes in afterward? Do you believe that?
I have, yes, if what is being come in is not meeting the legal standards.
Why is the word veto being used when it's a suspended
ma'am,
text
this
here?
is not the time to.
I object. To
Hold on. If you're going to object, ma'am, you have to object to the question, not after the answer comes through.
Sorry, I object to his question.
Well, it's too late. Let's move on. I'm being serious. If you're objecting, ma'am, once the question, as you see, Mr. O'Brien, he thinks he knows what you're going to ask, and he objects. You have to object when the question is asked before the witness answers. Okay? So let's move on. There's another question.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Any questions by the board members? Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, still, Ms.
Hi, good
Cavalier.
afternoon.
Ms. Cavalier?
Cavalier, yes.
Cavalier, okay. Ms. Cavalier, when you purchased your home in 2023, were you aware that there were 3 major hospitals in less than a mile from your home?
Yeah. I didn't know about the specific mile, but I knew that there were 3 hospitals.
Pretty close?
Yeah.
Would you say that the emergency vehicles on North Capitol Street are pretty much, how would you describe the emergency traffic, or do you hear the emergency traffic on North Capitol Street?
I do hear it.
How often do you hear it?
It varies. I'd say it's more on weekends than weekdays, and it's more at early. I'd say it's more at night and in the mornings, and then during the days I don't really hear it. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, yes, you answered my question. So, do you work from home or do you work away from home? Or?
I work entirely from home.
Okay. So how do you manage the emergency vehicle sirens on the basis you just described?
So I hear it, but it's short, if that makes sense. It's moving. It's not a stagnant source of noise. It goes by within a few seconds and then it's over. It's not a constant revolving. It's not something that happens all day, every day. And when I do hear it, it's pretty brief.
That's very fair. Now, were you aware of the development the new development that's going to be built at Michigan Avenue and North Capitol Street, which is directly across from you? The new development, which is going to be called the Macmillan development?
It's not directly across from me, but yes, I'm aware of it.
How close is your home to it?
So it's like, I'm sorry, I don't know how to describe it. It's basically one block over but I'm not across the street. It's like in the other direction, if that makes sense.
Are you aware of the new development that's going to be coming in there, the major grocery stores and other businesses and all kinds of new businesses development?
Yes, I'm aware of those.
Would that have any effect on you that would be negative?
I don't know about that, but I do know that the businesses and the developments that's happening at McMillan is being accompanied by the infrastructure to support it. What Mr. Tandon is proposing, we don't have that infrastructure on Bryan Street, and what will happen is that the neighbors and the residents will have to pay that cost of not having that infrastructure. And I don't think that's a fair price to ask me to pay.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Have you ever lived in a major metropolitan area like Washington, D.C. before?
Yeah, I grew up in the DMV.
So what was the closest major city that you lived in the DMV?
So I grew up, my family's home was in McLean. I went to school in DC at the Murray School in Woodley Park. I also lived in London, and my family were Foreign Service officers. So I grew up in other cities as well.
Okay, so McLean, you didn't hear sirens all day and all night there, did you?
No. This isn't my first, sorry, I don't mean to, this isn't my first place, my first residence in Washington, DC. I've lived elsewhere.
Okay, what neighborhoods have you lived in Washington?
I've lived in Columbia Heights and Adams Morgan.
Oh, so that was a lot of commercial properties there also, right?
Yes, I'd say Adams Morgan would be the most.
How close were you to 18th Street?
Very close. That was one of the reasons why I chose to move to Bloomingdale.
So, did you hear as many sirens on 18th Street as you hear on North Capitol Street?
Truthfully, it was less about the sirens and more about the drunk college students that I was hearing.
Okay, thank you for your very candid answers. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any board members? Mr. O'Brien, any questions as a witness based on the questions asked by the board?
No.
Ms. Mendelson, any final questions of this witness based on the questions asked by the board?
No, thank you.
Ms. Cavalier, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. You have 2 more witnesses, is that correct?
Yes, I'd like to ask Evelyn Brown to be next.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness.
Thank you. Can you state where you live and how long you have lived here?
I live at 2318 North Capitol Street, the third house down from the property in question. And my family purchased this house in 1959, so a total of 65 years. I myself have lived here combined total for 30 plus years.
Okay. And would you prefer the property to stay as it's currently licensed, or you prefer a restaurant with a Class C retailer's restaurant license, this property?
My preference is not to have a restaurant on that corner because I think it changes the character of the neighborhood and it brings about activities that currently do not exist.
So prior to this, can you describe your experience with noise from loitering at that corner?
Yes. Over the past when the Sunbeam Market was open, individuals would frequently stand outside of the actual property itself and oftentimes consume some of the products that they purchased. They would do catcalling to some of the young ladies who lived in the houses that butts the store and right next to it. And of course, they would litter their trash on that property, the property next door, and of course, in front of my house as well. So, looking at that, and they would often too block the entrance to the residents of the property that abuts at the 2322 location. So they would sit outside in their cars, they would drink and, do other things so you could hear the noise. So whether I was sitting on my porch or whether I'm inside of my house, you hear the noise. So, my experience and operations, over the years, the noise does travel, but, it's been like a tolerable nuisance. It did not get extreme, but since that property is no longer operating, then that noise level and loitering has pretty much gone down to zero.
So maybe you could describe the sidewalk noise that we'll expect from the proposed liquor license and how that would change noise.
This is, despite some of the descriptions that have been given, this is a relatively quiet neighborhood. And, giving the traffic on North Capitol Street, it's pretty quiet. But if you introduce the sidewalk dining, to me, with alcohol in and of itself changes the noise level within the neighborhood. And of course, adding pickup and delivery, that adds another element of noise. You hear the exhaust, you hear the scooters and things. As a matter of fact, even just walking down the sidewalk, I've almost been run down in a couple of instances. So that noise will reverberate whether I'm inside, whether I'm outside. And these are row houses. So it does make a difference in terms of the noise levels and what actually comes into the home, what you are able to hear. So this would be, if it were to turn into a patio restaurant, you're talking about 3/4 of the year in which those noise levels, I feel from my position, would be elevated.
And would you expect to hear noise related to management of trash?
Of course, my back, as you,
You have an objection, Mr. O'Brien?
I couldn't get it. I couldn't click it fast enough. It was a leading question. Would you expect to hear, would you expect to have problems with trash? Answer, yes. I couldn't click fast enough, so I let it go.
All right, Miss, do not ask a question, ma'am. That points to the answer. Okay. All right.
Okay. So what additional noise do you expect to hear from the restaurant activity besides the patrons that you talked about already?
I think every time that door opens and closes from that restaurant, the noise from the inside will certainly pass on to the outside. In terms of the establishment, so if you're living and particularly where I am, then that noise will be a continuous noise that will go on. So whether I'm an early I retire early or rise early or late, that is going to have an impact on the peace and quiet that I experience in my home. And it certainly would impact me. And if you're within a certain, on Bryant, whatever, those in your routine is going to be affected too. And I think what happens is when you introduce the sale of alcoholic beverages and patio dining, it skews the balance to the detriment of peace and order and the quiet in the neighborhood.
And what is your experience with littering on the site of the proposed liquor license? And how do you expect that to change?
I walk past that market at a minimum 2 times daily. I walk my dog. I share the concerns of others about littering from the patrons. There have been instances in the past where, like I said, the litter would be deposited in front of my neighbor's yards, in front of my house. My former neighbor and renters and we would occasionally go out and actually, pick up the trash. There's a neighbor who lives up on Bryant Street, number 32. When she comes out for her walks in the morning, she has a trash bag and she is literally picking up the trash, and she carries this routinely. So, there's currently no public trash receptacle in front of the store. And I think that the volume of not only the dry trash, but the wet trash from a restaurant really, in coordination as you look at our trash, which, is only picked up once a month, that really is going to increase significantly the food waste that are going to be available, and the neighborhood that currently exists over the years, quite frankly, is going to be overrun with vermin. And I'll give you an example. I came home Sunday. I'm driving my car, and the rat just ran right out. Sunday evening, I'm walking my dog. The rat ran across my foot. I've seen the rodents, the vermin, playing out on the Bryant Street side at that facility. I have seen them, and I'll tell you something from experience. I grew up as a young girl in North Carolina, and we knew about mice and the time of year they come back. And what you notice is that when you see rodents, rats, vermin in the middle of the day, that is a clear sign of an indication that there is an infestation. And I saw those rats. Matter of fact, Sunday night, I saw the rats run between the Hillview Market and that first house. So this is going to, in effect, between the trash, between the garbage, it's going to create a smorgasbord. And right now, we're fighting this. I mean, the rats, I call rodent control. I have to be careful because I have a little dog. So I can't very well sit poison out there because my little dog might eat it. So my quality of life is going to be affected. And quite frankly, I had envisioned that coming back into the district, moving into this house, that walkability, I selected this neighborhood because it is quiet. My family, my dad sweated blood, sweat, and tears to buy this house. He raised 4 children here, and the quality of life and the character. And I think that if it becomes a restaurant with the outside dining, then this is a disruption. I'm not adverse to change, but it is the degree of change that will be affecting my life, my quality of life.
Evelyn, I just have one more question for you on pollution. And it's not just, litter, but also I wanted to ask about air pollution that will be introduced on the block. And if you could just tell me what will happen in regards to pollution if the terms of this license are enacted.
I will be very
Objection, leading question, and the predicate is pollution's on the block. There's no evidence of that.
I sustain. So, ma'am, we need to rephrase.
Okay.
And I'm not quite sure where you're going because there's been no evidence we have no testimony about pollution on the block, so I'm not quite sure where you're even going with that.
Okay, if the Class C liquor license that we're talking about is granted, how will that change the air quality on the block?
And so forth.
Hold on, ma'am. I still, I don't see the relevance of whether or not how a restaurant is going to change the air quality on the block. I mean, maybe if we're talking about a barbecue joint, maybe you could talk about because people are barbecuing outside, but we're talking about a restaurant, ma'am. That I don't.
Yeah.
Let's move on from there.
Since there isn't one there, I wanted to ask Evelyn specifically why air quality is important to her.
Air quality is important to me. Very good reason. And I don't know if I'm able to disclose this, but I suffer from lupus.
We don't need to go there, ma'am. I mean, this is air quality is not. That's not part of the appropriateness standard, ma'am. So we protest a matter for peace, order, and quiet. Air quality is not. Air quality is not. So let's move on from this question.
Okay.
It is not relevant.
It is not noise.
It's not relevant, ma'am,
Okay.
ma'am, and I'm not here saying that I don't care about your concerns, ma'am. But I'm just saying for this hearing,
Okay.
your health concerns. I want the record to reflect. I'm not saying that I don't care about that, ma'am. I just want to say for this hearing, air quality is not part of the peace, order, and quiet standard to be utilized.
I see that's to be the case. So no further questions.
All right, Mr. O'Brien.
Ms. Brown, I understood you to say that when Sunbeam Market was operating, you experienced problems with loitering, noise, and litter. Is that correct? Ms. Brown, you've got to.
You have to unmute your line, ma'am.
Sorry, I had muted myself. I apologize. Yes.
Okay. I understood you also to say that you're fearful of conditions that might arise from operation of a restaurant at this location. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I understood you to say that even today, or as recently as last Sunday, when there's no activity at that site, that rats are prevalent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Wouldn't you agree that a responsible use at that property would improve conditions?
I can't deny that it would. I can only go by.
Go ahead, ma'am.
You can finish your answer.
I can only go by what I experience currently. I do know that rodent problem is there, and I feel that with the introduction of the restaurant that will bring about, as I mentioned, the wet and dry trash, and I do think that the debris, the foodstuffs and so forth will provide a smorgasbord and thus increase the vermin that are already in existence. I don't want them fed.
Ms. Brown, would you advocate just leaving the property vacant?
Whatever the property owner decides to do, that is his business decision. My preference is that it not be a restaurant with outside dining, because I think based on discussions with all of the effects that have been defined, that it would irreparably change my quality of life. And while I can't address certain issues, I'm a senior citizen. I live alone. And I enter and exit my house from the rear. I walk my dog. But, as I enter and exit my house, my security, my concern for my environment is changing to the degree that I will not have or feel the same level of comfort that exists today living in my house.
Ms. Brown, don't you feel a level of discomfort passing by a quasi-abandoned building every day when you walk your dog?
The building is vacant. There are going to be buildings vacant everywhere. The owner has an opportunity to develop it. But what I view, and my viewpoint is, we each, within the paths we choose, we have a right to exercise what we want to. But I also feel that your rights end where my rights begin. And I have a right to live in a property that I've purchased, and the peace and quiet, the walkability, which is why I purchased this home after my dad passed, and that the character of the neighborhood is one that I selected, that I want to live out my days with a quality of life, with peace and quiet, and to be able to enjoy my home without having to walk out my front door or walk out of my back door with people who are on the outside with the sale and purchase of alcohol, the outside dining, the noise, the trash, the traffic. I deal with traffic. I have to be able, when I exit my home, I have to now sit there in that alley and wait for someone to let me out. I have to, when I return, I have to sit in a long line and I wait. I don't park on North Capitol Street, because anyone who puts their vehicle out there, it is going to be subject to a hit and run. And they use this street as the Indianapolis 500 within Washington, D.C. So whereas one may see things like parking out front, I am even hesitant when I go to shop for my groceries. It's easier to bring them in my front door, but I choose to bring them into the back because I feel that the safety is better. You can barely open your door out there. I would not have a patron, quite frankly, to park out there. I would fear more for their safety and the way the people, I mean, there are things that have occurred within the city and in this block that affects your quality of life and just trying to walk out here. I enjoy walking my dog out. How is it going to be? You're going to have an outside restaurant. People are going to be sitting out there eating their food. I'm going to walk my dog past where my dog normally goes. If I were a restaurant patron, I would not want to look at that. But that's just my opinion.
But thank you, Ms. Brown.
You're welcome.
Is that it, Mr. O'Brien?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Any questions by the board members? Hi, Mr. Woods. Thank you for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
You're welcome, ma'am. The last witness? Who is the last witness?
Yes, I'd like to ask Sylvia Bafour, please.
I'm sorry, who?
Sylvia.
Oh, Sylvia Balfour. Ms. Balfour, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness.
Thank you. Given the time, I'm just going to ask you about.
Ma'am, I ask your question. Just don't. I don't want you to say given the time. So I don't want anyone to accuse me of rushing you to finish. I know it's 8 minutes to 5, but I always give people a deadline so folks will use their time efficiently. Ask the questions you need to ask this witness, ma'am, okay?
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'd like to ask you about how somebody is.
Go ahead, Ms. Mendelson.
There's an echo.
I think it's coming from Ms. Balfour.
Okay. Okay, great. Perfect. Good. I'd like to ask you about how the substantial changes proposed in this license application will have an effect on residential parking needs and pedestrian safety.
Okay. Well, I live 3 houses from the corner of Bryant and North Capitol, and I've been there for close to 23 years. I think that it will have a significant impact. In almost 23 years, I've never had an issue with parking. And I think about the idea that store patrons typically spend 5 to 10 minutes in a store and they're gone, whereas restaurant patrons will be there for an hour or more. And my thought about 72 seats, which would be the 33 on the patio plus the 10 at the bar and the 62 indoors, is inevitably going to bring a lot more cars into the neighborhood. And because our residential parking is zoned until people are allowed to park for 2 hours until 8:30 p.m. each day. But so if somebody comes and parks at 6:31, they could technically stay there the entire time, even overnight, because the restriction ends. Like Miss Evelyn, I wouldn't park on North Capitol because I have had 3 separate cars smashed, completely totaled, while parking on North Capitol. So, and I think about friends I know who are nurses who rent directly across from the store, that, in terms of coming home late at night and patrons still sitting there at the patio and enjoying themselves, I envision it forcing me to have to park a little further away from my house, which increases my safety concern with having to walk a little bit more of a distance to my home. And as I mentioned, 23 years, even with the convenience store being there, I never, ever, ever had a problem parking unless someone was having a big block party or something like that.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you. Ms. Balfour, you say you live 3 houses from the intersection, correct?
Yes, so I think it's perpendicular. So 3 houses from the corner of Bryant and North Capitol on the northeast side.
Northeast side. So you'd be the opposite side of North Capitol from the store, from the restaurant, if I'm correct.
Yes, across the street, directly across the street.
And did you say that you do not park on North Capitol?
No, I mean, if I have no choice, I would. But North Capitol has proven to be a pretty dangerous place to park because people don't realize that it's a parking lane at some point, and I've had 3 cars completely smashed into. So Bryant is the safer choice, which often limits, the spaces that are already available. But I have parked on North Capitol historically in the past. I just don't these days because I just try to find a spot on Bryant.
Okay, and these conditions exist today with the subject site being non-operational. That's correct?
Yes.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Ms. Balfour.
Thank you.
Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon still, Ms. Belford. You say 23 years you lived in this community, correct?
Close to that. It'll be 23 in February.
Okay, great. Do you ever go out to restaurants? I know there are a lot of restaurants in Washington, D.C., and I know in the last 23 years, you've seen a lot of changes with restaurants and fine dining in Washington. Is that correct?
Yes, I do patronize restaurants.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What neighborhoods do you normally go to for restaurants?
14th Street, Columbia Heights, 11th Street, typically. Sometimes Adams Morgan, but more rarely Adams Morgan.
Do you have parking problems when you go out to eat?
Oh yeah, massively. So I don't even bother driving because I'll be circling for 30 minutes. And these are places that are specifically zoned with the red, to not allow people who are coming from other zones, which we don't have the privilege of where I am.
Okay, well, yeah, ANCs might have to work on that for you. But Miss Belford, so if there was a restaurant that you could walk to in your neighborhood that you feel comfortable with, would that change your thinking about a restaurant in your neighborhood?
I've walked to a restaurant a mile down the street, and And that's fine. For me, my concern is having one that's literally so close to me, creating personal problems with parking and the Norway rats that we're already dealing with. So it's almost sort of a selfish thing, right? Like, I don't mind going elsewhere, as all of us, we don't mind going elsewhere and dining at other people's restaurants. But I don't care about the convenience of a few steps, going to a restaurant a few steps from my house.
Okay, this is my last question for you. With the development of the Macmillan development, was the rat problem or the mice problem worse before that or lessen after that? Because I know that when they start turning the ground up, the rats did come out. So that was in the Washington Post some time back. So the rat problem might not be a restaurant. The rat problem is just that the filtration plant that was closed that's now being developed. But the price of your home, because this restaurant and the price that's being paid for it, did it help your property values?
No, I mean, the restaurant hasn't yet been operational, so I'm not necessarily sure the direct impact, but I don't know whether it would be, in favor or detrimental. I mean, if I can speak to the rodent question you had about Macmillan, I used to work in restaurants in DC for 5 years, and I'm very familiar with, I've had rats casually strolling over my feet, going to the dumpsters to throw trash out. And so while we had less rodents before Macmillan started digging up, the concern is that in places where there is a restaurant and those strong smells of food, they just naturally gravitate. I think that's what they live to do, right? Smell good food and follow it.
Did you ever work with a restaurant that had a trash compactor?
No, if I understand what you're saying, it was always the ones that dump, you lift it up and, the big green ones, the lids, and you sort of lift it up and put the trash in.
Right. Well, let's just say this. Trash compactors in a lot of the new modern restaurants have solved a lot of those problems. Are you aware of that?
I am not. I don't know what those look like.
Not a problem. Thank you very much for your candid answers. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for this witness.
Thank you. Any other witness? Any other questions by the board members? Ms. Balfour, maybe I missed. Do you live on the same side of North Capitol as the proposed business?
No, I live across the street, same as one of the witnesses from the proponents.
So you live across the street. So you live on the opposite side of North Capitol. And
yes,
so,
diagonal.
But North Capitol is what? 1, 2, a median and another. So you have to cross the 4 lanes of North Capitol to come to this business.
Yes.
I guess I'm just concerned. I'm just
Is the question about my concern with parking, living across the street?
Parking is, I'm more so talking about noise. Parking, because as you state, you can cross the street for parking. All right. Okay. No, I don't have I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure the distance. I just want to make sure that I know exactly what side of North Capitol you live. Okay, that's fine. Mr. O'Brien, any questions of this witness in light of the questions that were asked by the board?
No, sir.
Ms. Mendelson, any redirect? I'm sorry.
I do not. No, thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Balfour, thank you very much for your testimony. You have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
All right, and I think that was your last witness. Are there any documents, ma'am? You want to move into evidence?
Yes.
Because I just want to let the parties know, not because they're in your PIP, they're not necessarily into evidence. So you now have to move, as Mr. O'Brien did earlier. So you have to move the documents that you want to be part of the official record.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to, do I make a motion or just ask?
No, you tell me what the documents are, and I think you're making references to ANC documents and documents from the different groups. So you have to tell me what group the document comes from and what's the exhibit number, and then I will ask Mr. O'Brien if he has an objection, and then if he doesn't, then I'll move it in, and vice versa.
Okay, so I'll start with what I prepared myself and then do the others. So I'd like to move into I'd like to move Exhibit 1.
So Exhibit 1 from what group?
The group of 5.
And what's the exhibit from the group of 5 exhibits?
Exhibit 1 is the view of the patio from 8 Bryant Street.
Mr. O'Brien? Any objection?
Yes, that was identified by a witness, so no objection.
Without objection.
Okay. And then the other one from her testimony, I'd like to move into evidence is Exhibit 3, view of the patio from 2400 North Capitol.
Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, that was authenticated by the witness. No objection.
Without objection.
Okay. And I'd like to move into evidence Exhibit 4, view of graffiti.
Mr. O'Brien?
No objection.
Without objection.
Okay. And I'd like to move into evidence Exhibit 5, residential map.
That was identified. No objection.
Without objection.
Okay. Then going to the ANC.
Art, hold on 1 minute. So Exhibit 1, 3, 4, 5. From did your group of 5 have a name, ma'am?
I think we might have called ourselves Bloomingdale.
I just want to make sure so we'll know if we need to. So it's Exhibit 1, 4, 5, 3 from the group of 5. Okay, so those are admitted without objection. Okay, what are the other exhibits?
Okay, so I'd like to bring into evidence the ANC exhibit number 1, which was the Hillview survey flyer from Kirby's time.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection.
Okay. Thank you. And then ANC exhibit number 2, which is the Hillview summary survey results, which I also showed during Kirby's testimony.
Mr. O'Brien?
No objection.
Without objection.
I don't think we did the stronghold. Let me just quickly peek at this. Well, we did one, but let me find it. Oh, we didn't do crashes and fatalities. That's too bad. Okay. No, I think there was one more that Kirby used. It's a zoning map. Yep. It was.
Ma'am, there's a person that you're talking to. I can hear him.
It's Michael. He's just.
But he didn't testify, so he shouldn't be.
Oh,
he shouldn't be. He shouldn't be helping you. At least I shouldn't be here. I'm helping you, ma'am.
That's right. That's right. Okay, so it's got to be one of these stronghold exhibits. We didn't look at most of them, so I'm just trying to find the right one. But okay, I don't want to.
It's stronghold exhibit number 1.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Kirby identified that.
Thank you very
no
much.
objection to that.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Believe that's all.
That's it?
I think so.
All right. So all those documents are in the record without any objection. All right. Let me see. Now it's time for closing statements. All right, so this is what's going to happen. The applicant will make a closing statement. I'll have the ANC, they can make a closing statement, and then you can make a closing statement. Ms. Mendelson, do you guys want like a 5-minute break, or are you ready to go into 5? You want a break, or are you ready to do closing? We can break for 5 to 10 minutes. It's up to you. Good parties.
I'm ready to go.
All right. All right, so this is closing. What I need from the parties, I want the parties to be specific what it is that they're asking the board to do. In your closing, I need you to be very specific in what you're asking the board to do. So the applicant goes first, Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think the evidence is pretty much uncontested here. Mr. Tandon is an experienced restaurateur, and the relevance of the menus and the reviews and the 80-20 history of Indigo, the relevance of that is that he can be trusted to run another responsible operation. He bought the property 3 years ago, considered the idea of trying to run an upscale convenience store, came to the conclusion that it would not be profitable. I credit Ms. Brown's testimony that a convenience store generates trash, litter, loitering. That's what Ms. Brown experienced when Sunbeam Market was operating. Mr. Tandon now proposes to turn it into a modestly sized restaurant. He has been sensitive to and receptive to the concerns of the community. It is obvious both from Mr. Vining's candid testimony and from our exhibit number 4 that this is not a community united against this restaurant. There are people who feel differently both ways. Mr. Tandon has listened to the objections, and he today went ahead and made very significant concessions, dialing back operating hours in the interior, dialing back sidewalk cafe hours, even beyond or lesser than the board's pretty much default position of 11 and 12 for outdoor seating. No, he says 10 and 11. It's gotten rid of the entertainment endorsement, trying to assuage and address the concerns of the neighborhood. What you have now, if you look at our exhibit number 1, is a derelict hulk and a vacant building. I believe we all agree attracts rodents, people hanging out, loitering. The neighborhood will be safer with an occupied building, productive building. People on the street will discourage the kind of waste that we experience around the city with vacant buildings. So I think, Mr. Chair, on balance, Mr. Tandon's concessions today about hours of operation, entertainment endorsement, outweigh the concerns that have been expressed by neighbors, which are pretty much speculative. we fear that this is going to happen. We fear that that's going to happen. You heard a witness in our presentation last week saying that he lives right across the street from the present Indigo, and he didn't. He said he's not bothered by Indigo. He didn't complain about any of the conditions that the protestants speculate may come to pass. So I suggest, Mr. Chair and members of the board, on balance, this application should be approved with the board's order embodying the concessions about hours of operation and abandonment of the entertainment endorsement that Mr. Tandon has made in response to community concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. With Mr. Rapp? Mr. Rapp? All right. You want to make a closing statement on behalf of the ANC, sir? You're on mute, Mr. Rapp, if you're speaking.
Sorry, I was being a little slow getting my camera up there. Yeah, so just briefly, I won't hold everybody up. Just wanted to clarify the ANC's standpoint on this matter. We did file or voted to approve a protest letter. That vote was, as voiced by our chair, was to, as I quote, she said, to have a seat at the table. And by that, she meant so that we would have the ability to come to some type of an agreement. And we can't discuss any of that, I understand, at this hearing. But in terms of where our ANC stands and me being able to speak on behalf of that at this point, I'm unable to provide a protest or say we're not protesting this. I've heard from neighbors on both sides as an individual commissioner, but speaking on behalf of the ANC as a whole, I'd have to abstain on our behalf for this hearing.
All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Mendelson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the board. The Bloomingdale Group of Five feels that the proposed liquor license location is located entirely in a residential zone, which is entitled to greater protection and consideration under the district's alcohol laws. Specifically, in a residential zone, the character of our neighborhood must remain conducive to residential uses. And unlike in commercial or mixed use zones, there is less expectation that people will be attracted or gather on a sidewalk patio, for example. We asked the board to consider if it is appropriate to have a restaurant serving alcohol past 9 p.m. in a property on a fully residential block within earshot of multiple residents' bedrooms. We know that there have been letters of support from the larger community for a restaurant like this, because we've all been looking forward to having walkable amenities on the upper portion of Bloomingdale. But the majority of the input that is coming is broken into two pieces. Those people who live far enough away that they won't have the negative impacts, and those people who live close enough that they will. And the impacts that we know will come are things that already exacerbate some of the things we struggle with now and make it untenable for residential living. For example, all of the commercial traffic on a one-lane street. So deliveries who double park and Lyft drivers who double park and the Uber Eats scooters that go backwards on a one-way street. All of these things are going to open up safety concerns that we never had on this residential block, and the kids who ride bikes, grown-ups who ride bikes too. We're so close to that. Parents and kids are going to walk through that intersection much more frequently than ever, pursuing our simple goal of living our residential lives, so to speak. Mr. Tannen never gave a strategy. He was very, very responsive, it's true, with some of the concessions, but there's never been a strategy for pedestrian or vehicular safety to help us navigate this new commercial activity in the residential neighborhood. We do not think it's appropriate for this kind of retailer's restaurant license to be issued here. And so we respectfully request that the ABCA board deny the application because the applicant cannot demonstrate that the establishment is appropriate for this locality, section, or portion of the district. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law? I mean, what this means is that you're going to wait for the transcript and write a legal brief on what was the testimony that was provided today and what the conclusions of law are. It's not something that's normally done in a protest hearing. It's an option that you have. Mr. Bryan.
We waive that.
Ms. Mendelson.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
The question I asked is that I said, do the parties wish to file proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law, meaning that you get the transcript, you review the transcript, you stated these were the facts that came out at the hearing, and this is the law and how the board should rule on the facts, the evidence that was presented at the hearing. It's not required. It's something that lawyers do. Layperson usually don't do that because it's a lot of you're being a lawyer, and I know you start off by saying you're not a lawyer, so this is asking to write a legal brief.
Okay. I don't actually know if I should do this or not. Sorry to say. Do I have to decide right now, or can I figure it out?
You have to do it now. Mr. O'Brien said, who's the lawyer, he said he's not doing it, so.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
That's great. So I'll take that as guidance, and we will not do it.
All right. Thank you for that. If the lawyer says I don't want to do any more work, then that's all right. All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Let me close. Let me close the record on this case. Sorry. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 PRO 00084 Indigo Chapter 2, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 24 PRO 00084 Indigo Chapter 2 for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3-0. As it appears that a motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess this proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. I would like to thank the parties for their active participation today. Thank you for your professionalism in presenting the case today, and the board will issue a decision within 75 days. Thank you very much. Have a great day. And as I just want to let the parties know, just remind them, if the board, what the board is not going to make. Well, no, I'll stop. I'd explained the process before, so we will make a decision and issue a decision within 75 days. Thank you very much. Have a great day. And if you give me give me 1 more minute, let me close our hearing for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title 3, Chapter 405, Office of the Open Government, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on October 30th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel and the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for October 30th, as published in the DC Register on October 25th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will take a roll call vote on the motion before now that it has been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. The board has adjourned for the day. Thank you very much. Have a great day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Have a great day, everyone, and thank you.